Hello and welcome to our special coverage on the launch of China's Shenzhou-17 crewed mission. I'm Zhongshi live in Beijing. In just a little over 3 hours, the Shenzhou-17 spacecraft will blast off from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center with 3 taikonauts on board, headed for the Tiangong space station. The 3-person crew consists of Tang Hongbo, Tang Shengjie, and Jiang Xinlin. They're expected to stay in orbit for 6 months. The Shenzhou-17 is China's 30th flight mission of China's manned space program and is the second crewed mission of the China space station's application and development phase. Alongside our coverage of the launch, CGTN's new media platform will also be live streaming all of the pre-launch highlights. Stay tuned for the latest updates here. All right, the Shenzhou-17 is set to lift off in about 3 hours, as we told you just now, headed for the Tiangong space station. The crew was introduced into the public just yesterday, and CGTN Sun Ye reports from Jiuquan, where the launch will take place.
This is the Shenzhou-17 crew, the youngest Shenzhou crew to date, and ready for their 6-month journey in space that will start Thursday. Tang Hongbo, the veteran taikonaut who was on the Shenzhou-12 team back in 2021, is the commander and pilot. He's flying again in under 2 years. That's the shortest interval to date for any taikonaut. He's also the first to return to taikonaut's home in space. Tang Shengjie and Jiang Xinlin, who are both flying for the first time, are from the 3rd generation of taikonauts. And on the eve of departure, the trio say they are calm with their minds on one thing only.
I feel calm at this moment because I have my mind only on the mission and have always been ready for space. In the last 2 years, I have often dreamed of space. China Space Station is our other home in space. I've worked to return there.
Answering a question from CGTN, Jiang Xinlin described this as a crew of honor.
Our crew is one of mission, one of responsibility, one of honor. I believe with our nation, our people behind us, with our commander, we will complete the mission successfully.
China Manned Space Agency also revealed Thursday that the China Space Station will further expand to form a cross-shaped assembly from the current T-shaped configuration. The agency official stressed that China's step-by-step development is never to seek so-called space hegemony.
China manned space development is part of the peaceful exploration and use of outer space for humankind. China's efforts are for expanding man's understanding of the universe and for human culture's sustainable development. We've always developed according to plan. China's space station was built step by step. We've never sought so-called hegemony.
Lin also said China will continue to cooperate with international partners in areas including joint flights by astronauts, development of space payload applications, and more. China Manned Space Agency also said the second round of selection for China's 4th generation of taikonauts has finished, and there are candidates from Hong Kong and Macau. And if they make the final cut, they could join training as early as next year. Sun Ye, CGTN, Jiuquan.
And for further insight, I'm now joined by our guests, Professor Yang Yuguang, Vice Chair of the Space Transportation Committee at the International Astronautical Federation, and Professor Liu Baoteng, Dean of the Center for International Business Ethics at the University of International Business and Economics. Gentlemen, fantastic to have both of you on our special coverage today. Professor Liu, why don't we start with you? The Shenzhou-17 mission will be the second manned mission since Tiangong entered its application and development phase. What do you think its significance is?
Well, I think this is really a remarkable success for the entire foot path of the Chinese development in the space exploration. And now with steady growth since 1970s, actually China has really step by step realized its dream of space exploration. Now the Shenzhou-17 is there to surpass many of those records that the previous exploration have really created. And the payload is going to be increased, and the space is going to be enlarged, and the outer space, the operation has also been further enhanced in that we are now having a regular maintenance of the space station, and the connectivity is getting more precise and more secure. And so more importantly, I think is that China is really opening for the space station, for the participation of scientific research from all over the world, and particularly is there to support in the Belt and Road program by connecting information. The information corridor is now pretty much functional to support the operation on the ground. So it's really a test of the entire ecological system that we have really built up, and we are attracting more of the popularity from the global community. So therefore, it is there to prepare for commercial development for many parts of the world.
Professor Yang, one thing we do know is that the Shenzhou-16 crew will be happy to see the Shenzhou-17 crew, because this will mean that they can return home soon. Can you just give us a roundup of what the Shenzhou-16 crew, who are at the moment orbiting around Earth and the Tiangong space station, what have they accomplished during their 5+ month stay in Tiangong?
Well, as Professor Liu has already mentioned, the Shenzhou-16 crew and the Shenzhou-17 crew all belong to the what we call the application and development phase. So in this phase, their major task, the category is there is no essential difference. So their major task is to conduct scientific research works to benefit the whole human being. From this point of view, there is no essential difference, but you know that the scientific research is complex, the experiments are challenging. So every experiment, the astronauts must facing many difficulties. For the Shenzhou-16 crew, they do have already made great achievement. For instance, what I interested most is that with the help of the cargo airlock located in the Mengtian module, we can transfer objects from inside of the station to outside the station without EVA of astronauts. So one important payload they transferred is what we call an instrument to have the exposure of microbes and also plants to the outer space. You know that we've studied for many years of the influence of radiation to human body, to animals, and to plants. But usually we put these objects inside the cabin. But you should also be aware that the fuselage of the cabin also block many of the radiation. So to put these biological samples outside the station and provide the environment that they can live there is very, very important for this kind of research. So the radiation outside the cabin is much more heavier than those inside the station. So this is a very meaningful study, and it will be last for many years. Today, not only microbes and plants were inside this device, but in the future, we hope that we can have more animals inside this device for the space biology study. So this is a very meaningful one. And continuously, the Shenzhou-16 is debugging what I interested most is the very precise atomic clocks. You see that we have rubidium clocks, hydrogen atomic clocks. The accuracy is 10 times more accurate than the Beidou navigation satellite. You know that's the most important part of a navigation system is the atomic clocks on board. So to increase the precise, the accuracy of the atomic clocks, we can have more applications, new applications in the future. Today we have no difficulty using our mobile phone to go to anywhere with the help of navigation satellite. So with this technology, I think that will be a direct return to the whole society and to our daily life.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. I'll be back with you in a short moment. But for now, CGTN reporter Wu Lei joins me from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in northwest China's Gansu province, and liftoff for the Shenzhou-17 is scheduled in just a few hours with its crew of 3 taikonauts. Wu Lei, good morning to you. What can we expect before liftoff? What are you seeing right now?
Good morning, Zhengshi. Actually, today is a really good day for the Shenzhou-17 crew. The send-off ceremony will be held here in front of the Wentiange apartment. This is a place where tackonauts are living and working before they are entering to space. The Shenzhou-17 crew, Tang Hongbo, Tang Shengjie, and Jiang Xinlin will wear the space suit now, and they will come here in a few minutes. The send-off ceremony will be held very soon. The band have been ready, and now, as we can see, hundreds of domestic and global journalists are coming here to witness this historic moment. And also, we are coming here to see hundreds of people, including primary school students, representatives from the space sector, as well as tourists from across the country are coming here to see them off. And we know that the 3 tackonauts will be aboard the Shenzhou-17 spacecraft, and they are going to enter the China space station later today, and they will have a handover with the Shenzhou-16 crew. And it's really emotional to be here every time when we see the send-off ceremony. As you can see, there is a wall here with all the portraits of the Shenzhou, from the Shenzhou-5 to the Shenzhou-16 crew. And we can expect that later the 3 tackonauts of Shenzhou-17 crew will also be on this wall. And the Shenzhou-17 crew will conduct several spacewalks and also space experiments aboard the China space station. And also China Manned Space Agency has reiterated that China welcomes more global astronauts and scientists to work in the China space station. They have officially welcomed the global astronauts to come to China space station. So it is expected that we will witness this kind of a send-off ceremony with more domestic and also global astronauts in the future. And we will all wait here to witness this exciting moment, Zhengshi.
Wulei, I agree with you. That send-off ceremony never gets old. It's always a very emotional moment for everyone watching. We'll be here to bring that live coverage to our global viewers. CGTN's Wulei live in Jiuquan. Wulei, thank you so much. We'll be checking in with you later in the program. Let's go back to our studio guests here. Gentlemen, we're talking about the Shenzhou-16 mission, and Professor Yang, I think our viewers will be very interested to hear about the spacewalks, the EVAs. Didn't they conduct a very long spacewalk back in July, if I remember correctly, an 8-hour-long spacewalk with the Shenzhou-16 crew?
Exactly. This is, although they only conducted 1 spacewalk, but you see that as I've already mentioned in the previous part, because today we already have the cargo airlock. So with the cargo airlock in the Mengtian module, in most cases, when we need to transfer something from the inside to the outside, also from the outside to the inside of the station, they do not need for us to conduct an EVA for the astronauts. So only when it is necessary, we conduct it. And you know that for any EVA, it is still very risky for any space-capable nation. So moreover, you see that the EVA spacesuit is the most expensive spacesuit for human being. And also, although it is very expensive, but the lifespan is limited. For our Feitian, the 2nd generation Feitian spacesuit, the designed lifespan is only 15 times. So this EVA conducted by Mr. Jing Haipeng and also his crew member mounted and changed the position of all the panoramic mirrors and panoramic cameras, and also completed all these kind of tasks. So this is a very great contribution to the China's technical space. I should also emphasize that you know that Mr. Jing Haipeng, his first mission is the Shenzhou-7 mission. Although he stayed in the re-entry capsule, and his colleagues, Mr. Zhai Zhigang and Mr. Liu Boming, conducted China's first EVA. But Mr. Jing Haipeng was also trained during the Shenzhou-7 mission in EVA. And he was so careful and so working so hard that he tried all kinds of details, and even a slight error, he doesn't miss it. So I believe that his experience in the Shenzhou-7 mission also do help him to conduct this successful EVA during this Shenzhou-16 mission. And you see that the Shenzhou-16 crew not only conducted this EVA, but also you know that the scientific research is very, very challenging. It is the first crew in China that also have not only have the pilots, but also have the flight engineers and the payload experts, and also the first crew to have those not from the PLA. So this is also a very, very meaningful step for China. This means that our Shenzhou spaceship has already become more and more safe and more comfortable than before, and the professionals can have the chance to visit outer space.
Professor Liu, to make the Shenzhou spacecraft more safer and more comfortable for astronauts, we need constantly upgrading technological innovations. Are you watching out for some of those technological upgrades? What can you tell us?
Well, first of all, the supply is really a critical one for the crews to survive and handle the scientific research. So the connectivity of the cargo craft with the station is something that is precisely arranged. And then how the connectivity and the shift over of those crews are really something very important. I talked with a number of pupils of the age of the audience we have seen, and they would like to see the first meeting and with a handshake or hugs. So that would be something very sensational. And then, you know, this run actually shows also the longevity of this Tiangong station. The further expansion of the accommodation and also the amenity provided for those astronauts are also utterly important to accommodate particularly more of the scientific research activities from the participation all over the world. And now the maintenance is really something that is still at the experimental stage, which I believe is going to be a huge success because they're going to leave the capsule and stay exposed to the gravitational challenges in the outer space. And then the debris is also a challenge to the station, so they would like to see around and see that what are those minor damages that might be causing and how to prevent it, and provide more of the strategic suggestions to the ground information service. And then, you know, for those people to stay for half a year in the orbital area with safety, with the also the active activities to be conducted is already quite a miracle.
I mean, Professor Yang, the way I understand it, there have been some minor damage to the solar wings of the space station, and it is precisely the job of the Shenzhou-17 crew to inspect that damage. And will they also try to repair it, fix that?
As already been announced by Mr. Lin Xiqiang yesterday, you see that they do have some damage. It's a natural phenomenon. You see, for more than half a century of space activities, the human being has made so many rubbish in orbit, and the smaller it is, the more in quantity. So because you know that our Tiangong space station has already orbiting the Earth for more than 2 years, and the other fact is that especially at the tail of the Wentian and the Mengjie module, we have 2 pairs of very, very huge solar panels. Each pair, a single wing, the length is 27 meters, and the area of a single wing, a single branch is 138 square meters, and even the solar cells on its the total area of the purely solar cells is more than 110 square meters. So you can see how huge it is, and provide several kilowatt of power put to our station. It is very, very important. But because it is too big and the area is so large, so it is has more chance to have the compact with the small particles in universe, either some small asteroid or the space debris. But you know that from the beginning of the design of our space station, we've already considered about this phenomenon. So it is very natural, and we should conduct the maintenance. Not necessary to be repairing the solar panels, because you know that this is just the drill. This is just the test and the demonstration of the certain technology. But as you mentioned, it is a great challenge to us. You see that the EVA, even if we do nothing in EVA, it is still very risky. But comparing with the other EVAs, for instance, the EVAs during the construction phase and those conducted for the scientific research, the most distinct feature of this repairing and maintenance is that it has great uncertainty. You can see the phenomena, what happened, but you don't know the reason what happened. You must find the reason what is. And there are all kinds of reasons. And even if you have already found the reason, how to fix it, how to make the right measure and choice, it is another matter. So this great uncertainty raises a great challenge to our astronauts. And as I mentioned, Mr. Tang Hongbo is well trained, and I believe that with he act as the commander of this mission, I believe they can accomplish this demonstration very successfully.
Well, another good news is actually when the Shenzhou-17 crews, when they come back, it is expected they're going to have a round trip around the Tiangong station and taking a panorama picture over that. I think that's going to also bring to the ground some of the damages that could be explored, and then the solution could be coordinated between the ground and the outer space as how to address that. They may not really directly physically fix that, though.
Yeah, I feel what Professor Professor Liu said just now about the handover, about the meeting between the previous crew and the current crew. Every time you watch that, the emotions, the happiness, the relief is so authentic when that airlock opens and the two crews meet each other. And this time they will meet again before Shenzhou-17 crew returns to Earth. It will be a short stay, it will be a short handover, less than a week, because the Shenzhou-17 crew will return to Earth in 5 days on October 30th. So what will they do in this very brief period of time when they do meet?
This kind of in-orbit handover is already, we have already formed this tradition, not only in China, but in, you know, that as early as the Mir space station and also the International Space Station. So it is very necessary. You see that even if we only we live in the space station, it is not an easy task. We must manage the regenerative, environmental control, and the life support system. It is so complex. It has 6 subsystems. Everything is possible to have some malfunction. So we must look after it very carefully. And also the operation of the other management of the station, the orbital control, the attitude control, the communication, the power supply, and so on. And moreover, because we have a very wide range of scientific research, there are 25 racks inside the station. So each experiment we need a lot of water, and even it cannot be accomplished during the stay of one exhibition team. So it is very necessary for not only the management of the station, but also the scientific research experiments will be handed over face to face. So this is not only have the highest efficiency, but also to ensure the success of these tasks. So this is very necessary. But you know that for this, as you mentioned, it is a very happy time for all the 6 crew.
Absolutely, yes.
But it also needs some support. You see that what I mentioned, the regenerative life support system, we have one system in the Tianhe core module and have another independent one as a backup in the Wentian module. So these two can back up to each other and ensure the normal operation and the residence of the astronauts in outer space. The outer space is hazardous, it's not friendly. So with these very carefully designed and tested systems, only with this help, we can conduct this in-orbit handover.
Professor Yang, you mentioned scientific research, and there is that continuity in scientific research, scientific experiments between 2 crews.
Yes.
So the Shenzhou-17 crew will undertake some of the scientific research conducted by the previous crew. Is that what's going to happen? It's not like they will, all right, gentlemen, let's turn to the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center for now. The send-off ceremony is starting. We see the 3 taikonauts that will be embarking on this incredible journey. They're the Shenzhou-17 crew members. Now, a send-off ceremony is being held in their honor to send them off. And this is the Wentian Pavilion, and people are gathering at what is being known as the Yuanmengyuan Square to send off the Shenzhou-17 crew. You can feel that excitement, that warmth there at Yuanmengyuan, where people have gathered to send the taikonauts off. We're talking about primary school students, we're talking about residents of Jiuquan, their colleagues, their family, among the people sending them off.
Comrade Commander-in-Chief, we are following the order to carry out Shenzhou-17 manned space flight mission. Now we are ready to go. Please indicate. Member of PLA Astronaut Corps, Taikonaut Tang Hongbo, Taikonaut Tang Shengjie, Taikonaut Jiang Xinlin. Proceed. Yes. Salute.
And the send-off ceremony continues. The taikonauts will now take a shuttle to the launch pad near the square. We'll be following every step of the way and bring you the latest on this mission to you. As we continue to monitor the send-off ceremony, here is a little bit more information about who these 3 taikonauts are and what we do know about them. The 3 taikonauts were announced on Wednesday, actually. They are Tang Hongbo, Tang Shengjie, and Jiang Xinlin. They are the youngest crew, as you would recall, our reporter told us just now. 48-year-old Tang Hongbo, well, he's the oldest of the crew. He's the commander of the Shenzhou-17 mission. He joined the People's Liberation Army Air Force back in 1995. Tang's first journey into space was in 2021 on the Shenzhou-12 mission as a crew member, and this time he will be the commander. The Shenzhou-12 was the first manned mission among the 11 launches to build China's Tiangong space station. It will be Tang Shengjie and Jiang Xinlin's first time in space. Both are young, aspiring astronauts. You can see them waving to the crowd there as they prepare to board that shuttle that will take them to the launch tower. It's a beautiful day there in Jiuquan. 34-year-old Tang was once a fighter pilot. He graduated from China's Aviation University of Air Force in 2012. Tang was selected as a taikonaut only 3 years ago. And 35-year-old Jiang Xinlin was also selected as a taikonaut in 2020. And before that, he was professional tank driver and fighter pilot. During his 10-year flying career, Jiang was awarded as a first-class pilot with safety flights reaching over 1,000 hours. Now the 3 taikonauts are boarding that shuttle that will take them to the launch tower, where we'll be following their trip every step of the way. We'll be able to see the route. They will be escorted by a motorcade. All of them waving happily to the camera, looking calm, cool, and collected. I remember Mr. Tang, the commander, said in an interview that he was feeling very calm because everything that he trained for had prepared him for this moment, so he was calm, he was ready, and he's bringing with him 2 new taikonauts who belong to the 3rd generation of China's trained astronauts. We're talking about all of this with my studio guests here. The 3 taikonauts, Tang Hongbo, Tang Shengjie, and Jiang Xinlin, are now ready to leave the Wentian Pavilion, the Yuanmengyuan Square, and now they're heading over to the launch tower. Professor Yang, let me bring you here as we continue to tell our viewers what's happening here. That trip from Yuanmengyuan to the launch tower we've witnessed many times. It will take a little more than 10 minutes.
Exactly.
And we'll be seeing some landmarks in Jiuquan along the way. Everything constructed. All right, the shuttle bus is getting ready to leave.
Well, this is the most beautiful season of the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center.
Is it?
Yes. You can see the forest very, that in the brown color is very, very impressive there. And you know that my first trip to the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center is in 2019. It is my first time to witness of the Milky Way in the sky of the summer night. So it is very bright and very clean and very beautiful.
It does look beautiful. It's a very beautiful autumn scene here. We will continue to monitor the movement of the three taikonauts here, but in the meantime, let's also go live to CGTN reporter Sun Ye, who is in Jiuquan watching all of this for us right now. Sun Ye, we are seeing the taikonauts embark on that short trip from Yuanmongyuan to the launch tower. Tell us what you see.
Hey there, good morning, Zhongshi. Well, you said this is the best season to be in Jiuquan, and you know what? I am at the best place, arguably, to see the rocket launch. This is perhaps the best viewing point. We are 1.5 kilometers from the rocket launch pad. You see it's there. You can't see the rocket now because it's still wrapped by the rotation platforms, all 4 stages of them. And leading up to the launch, as the day goes on, the stages will unwrap one after another. Actually, not in that order because the part that's shielding or wrapping the part where the spaceship and taikonauts stay in will reveal last. But we will let you know when that happens. Now here we have also confirmed with experts here from different systems, and they've told us throughout the night and until now, everything is in good condition, everything is in good order, and they have every reason to expect the mission to go as planned and smoothly. We've talked to people with the rocket system, and experts there say the rocket has actually been ready around a week ago when it's rolled out, and over the past week, of course, up until now, they've been checking, they've been rechecking the system to make sure everything is okay. And the rocket engineer told us if there's one thing we want to know about the Long March 2F carrier rocket that's sending the taikonauts to space, it's that this model of rocket is reliable, it's safe. So nothing to worry about that. And it's the same way with the spaceship system. Engineers with the Shenzhou spaceship system have also been telling us they also have been checking and rechecking the condition and status of the spaceship in the last few days until now, and many of them have been working here starting in the middle of the night, and around 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, they have loaded some of the most time-sensitive package inside the spaceship. That's including some biological material, some experimental material that's expected to help maybe in the future contribute to cancer treatment and drug development. But of course, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves right now. As you said, the Shenzhou-17 crew has just departed from the Yuanmongyuan Square, and they should be something like 30 minutes away from the launch tower. We will let you know when they arrive and anything new happens here. Back to you, Zhongshi.
So we're watching where they're going, so we know exactly where they are, but thank you so much for that update. We're watching every step of the way, that short ride from Yuanmongyuan to the launch tower. The shuttle bus escorted in a motorcade, people lining up the street. A very noisy, a very happy scene there. A beautiful day in Jiuquan, as we can see, early morning there, just past 8:30, and people lining up the streets to send off the three taikonauts. We're watching them as they make their way to the launch tower. And on that route, we just passed some of the iconic landmarks in Jiuquan. First, there was the Space Memorial Tower, and what we just saw was the iconic Rainbow Bridge at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. Official name, Shenzhou Friendship Bridge. Looks like a sailing ship, symbolizing China's journey of exploring space. And a lot of people feel that resembles the shape of a rainbow, so hence its name, Rainbow Bridge. Now that bird's eye view of the Jiuquan shows us a quiet, beautiful, and sunny day there in the city. We always could use a good day. We could use a good vibe on a send-off with the taikonauts. They are minutes away, I believe, Professor Yan, from reaching the launch tower, and this is the same route we see every time. It's a familiar route. We're getting a good vibe today.
Yes, when I live in the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, it's not very far from the launch pad to the center of the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. So this is a short journey, and you know that you will notice that during the setup ceremony, in the years before, our astronauts all hold a small box. So that is a device for ventilation, because in the spacesuit you will feel a little bit hot. So we need the ventilation. But today you can see that it is approved. So the hands of astronauts are free. The box is mounted just on the waist of the astronauts, so they feel more comfortable. And you know, so we have continuous improve our. This is intravehicular spacesuit. Although it is not more complex than the EVA spacesuit, but still it is very expensive, and it is a very important measure to ensure the safety of our astronauts. Actually speaking, just before this today, including the astronauts, they've already conducted the wet dress rehearsal. So they wear the same suit and go into the Shenzhou-17 spaceship and conducted the drill. So everything is tested, and to ensure, you know, that the launch is not only a business of the launch vehicle and the Shenzhou spaceship. It is a task of the whole system. The TT&C system, the launch site system, and even the landing site system, because you know that when an emergency case happened, the recovery team also have to work. Today, they are also standing by near the launch site. And also, you know that there are other critical systems, including our Tianlian data relay satellite. All these systems plays a very important role in every aspect. So it is harmony. We have the coordination of all these subsystems, all these systems, and also you know that just before the launch, usually in Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, we call the commander the zero commander. So zero commander will confirm that every system is okay, and even every ground station is okay for the launch, and then to go to the next step. So it is. Yes.
Yeah, they're getting ever closer now. The aerial shots we saw just now showing that the motorcade is getting closer to the launch tower. Mr. Liu, Professor Liu, I want to bring you into our discussion here also. I mean, every time I watch this, and I've watched this, you know, quite many times, I still get a little emotional because, I mean, you know, crowds are gathering to send you off, but they can only be so far. For this part of the route, you're pretty much, you know, on your own with the motorcade. And I pay special attention to how they speak. The taikonauts, I mean, they speak in such a calm, such a you know, cool, calm, collected fashion, indicating that they're ready for this, that they've trained for this. So I was curious, Professor Liu, when you watch this as a viewer, as a Chinese national, what is going through your mind right now?
Well, because I'm getting older, and I have a lot of good memories. Actually, in the early 70s, when China launched the first satellite into the space, we saw nothing of it. But just at this news, you know, when I was a kid, you know, people gathered together. We boycott the school actually to celebrate on our own. You know, we were there simply listening to the radio and what is going on. That was so exciting. Now we witness with our own eyes what is going on, and also the even the explanation from the space classroom. So this is really so much sensational. That's really inject the passion.
Absolutely.
And some of the passion is really actually mixed, because we were filled with a lot of mystic type of fairy tales over what is going on in the space, in the moon, etc. And now we see more of a scientific approach, but of course also carried with our passion, with our fascination. And so therefore it is really something of a sort of emotional bond between history, between our conventional belief, and now between the reality, and between also the prospect of further exploration of the space and expansion of our human footprint.
I mean, it's always a mix of emotions on this day. You feel excited, you feel happy for that, but you also feel nervous about the mission. As we can see, they're getting closer, Professor Yang, to the launch tower. Now we can see the launch tower in the distance. I mean, it's always a combination of feelings, emotions on this day, even though you know that they've trained specifically for this day for so long in their life. Tang Hongbo, of course, belonging to the second generation, and the two new taikonauts belonging to the third generation, who were selected back in 2020. So for the third batch of taikonauts, they were selected in 2020. They've had about a little over 2 years of training. How ready are they, Professor Yang, for this mission?
Well, you know that in the third batch of astronauts of China, we have 18 crew, 18 members. So 7 of them are pilots, were trained as pilots, and 7 of them were trained as flight engineers, and 4 of them were trained as payload experts. And also we have 1 female in the third batch. So I believe that in the future, they will be very important for the operation of China's manned space station, because you know that's the first batch of astronauts they were all chosen from those born in 1960s. So they were already all more than 50 years old. And you know that today the second batch plays a major leading role in our operation phase. You know that Tang Hongbo is already the second commander. The first one is Mr. Chen Dong in the Shenzhou-17 mission. So I think in the future, I believe there are also many of our second batch astronauts act as the commander. But I believe that sooner or later, we can see that our third batch also be the commander of our missions to the Tiangong space station. Moreover, you see that this year we have a very important information. Just several days before, during the interview by the major media.
Yes, we can see
the launch complex.
The launch complex. They're getting ever closer to the destination, the first destination of the day. Of course, they have
from this video,
farther destination later in the day.
From this video, you can see that still all the rotational platforms of the service tower is still closed.
Are closed. They will be
to make
a
closed volume to protect the launch vehicle. So it has a very good environment. And after the astronauts go inside the cabin, and the ground team have already checked everything is okay. And it is very interesting that the order of the opening of the rotational platforms. So the top one will be opened first. Then the next will
open
be
in stages.
the bottom one. First one on the top, and then the bottom one, and then goes up.
Okay.
So this is because you know that as we've already discussed, the Long March 2F is a critical part of today's launch, and the Long March 2F is the only human-rated launch vehicle of China today. In the future, we will have a derivative of the Long March 10, because Long March 10 have 2 versions. The smaller version will also be,
I think they're pulling over now. They're pulling over now to the pad. And if you're just joining us here on CGTN, this is our special coverage on the Shenzhou-17 mission with 3 taikonauts getting ready to be lifted off into space. The countdown you see on the right bottom corner of the screen is a countdown until liftoff. In about 2.5 hours' time, the liftoff will happen. We'll be bringing you comprehensive coverage of the mission today. A beautiful view of the launch complex here, as Professor Yang was talking about. The rotational platforms are still closed. They will open later when the taikonauts have entered the cabin.
And the reason is that because the Long March 2F is the only human-rated launch vehicle of China, the most important feature is that it has an emergency escape system. This includes emergency escape valve on its top. So when the side hatch of the orbital module has already been closed, we must activate the emergency escape system to ensure the safety of our astronauts, especially after fueling. Because you know that we have more than 400 tons of propellants to pour into the tanks of the launch vehicle. If anything wrong happens, not only the ground type can, you know that in the launch complex we have a very big pipe very big pipe. With this help, the ground team can go through the pipe to the underground cabin to protect themselves. But for the astronaut, because they were already inside the cabin, and they can only use the emergency escape system to escape in a very short moment from the if anything dangerous happened. So that is the reason why we first opened the platform on the top. That's very interesting.
Got it. Professor Liu, aren't you enjoying this beautiful view here today? I mean, clear, clean view of the launch complex that gives us a pretty good idea of what's going to happen, where the taikonauts are. They have exited the vehicle and are now making their way. They're walking to the tower.
Yeah.
They will be taking an elevator to the 9th floor. 9 is the magical number. They will be taking that lift to the 9th floor.
Yeah. Because the launch vehicle is the total height of the launch vehicle is more than 50 meters. It's very high, so they will use the elevator to reach the cabin.
It's a beautiful landscape.
Beautiful landscape, absolutely.
And we have the cheering clouds, and now with the tranquility and with the blessing of the entire Earth, with such a complex that is precisely arranged and also made flawless for such a launch. And you can see that actually the facial expression of these astronauts, they are more relaxed, while our viewers are really getting more stressed and getting more tension.
I know my heart is racing. My heart races at critical points during this mission. Multiple times I can feel my heart racing.
We see the confidence in themselves, but we still keep our best blessing for them.
Beautiful smiles, beautiful confidence that gives me a boost of confidence about the mission. I'm the nervous type. I can never make a taikonaut, but it's absolutely beautiful to watch how calm they are.
Actually, yesterday we were talking, how their parents and their wives and their kids are really feeling about this, seeing all this. I think they also have a very much mixed feeling. They're getting more nervous.
Absolutely.
But of course, with all the confidence they have received through the 3 years of massive drill,
they sure are watching this as well every step of the way.
Yes.
And we've seen camera crews inside their homes who watch with them. It's a very tearful moment. It's a happy moment, happy tears. Sure. But then of course they're nervous for their loved ones as they embark on this incredible journey in their life. Even if they just make this mission once, it's going to be incredible. Now they have arrived at the 9th floor. Professor Yang, very soon they will be helped by other staff. Their boots will come off before they enter the cabin.
The ground staff usually comes from 2 subsystems. One is the astronaut system, who are in charge of the life support of the astronaut, and also in charge of the EVA and IVA spacesuit. So they will conduct many check-ins for the status, technical details of the IVA spacesuit, and also ensure that the status of the astronauts is normal. And also the ground team, another ground team is from the Shenzhou spaceship system. That still there are maybe 2 or 3 ground staff of this team inside the Shenzhou spaceship to prepare everything. And after that, the ground team will help the astronaut to go inside the cabin. You see that you may notice that just behind their head there is a helmet. There is a face mask of the helmet. That because it is fragile, so when entering the cabin from the side hatch of the orbital module, the ground staff will help the astronaut to protect the helmet, to protect the face mask of the helmet. So this is also very, very important, because we must ensure an airtight sealing if anything wrong happened to the cabin, because that the IVA spacesuits, they just wearing, can provide the second protection for them. You can recognize that as a redundancy to protect their lives. So this is also because it is very complex. Although we have the oxygen supply, ventilations inside the cabin, but still we need some checking of everything.
I mean, these gentlemen sure know their angles. They're finding every camera there. They were waving to the camera in front of them. And one of them, I think it's the commander. Is it the commander who sits in the middle?
Yeah.
Mr.
Mr. Tang Hongbo.
Yes, he checked out the other camera to his upper left, and he waved to that camera, making sure that people can see them all the time and know exactly what they're doing. They're being seated now before they enter the cabin. They will enter in a particular order, one by one, into the capsule. We'll see that happen momentarily. Professor Yang, what are they doing now?
As I mentioned, they are waiting for the ground team to help them to finish the verification and all kinds of checking. And as I mentioned, until this moment, still there are ground staff inside the orbital module and even in the re-entry capsule to fix everything. You see that there are so many status we must check and to be configured. So
right,
this one is very nice.
boots,
you can see on the right, you can see the cameras of the inside the orbital module and inside the re-entry capsule.
I mean, everyone is working in such a smooth manner, a smooth fashion, indicating that they've done this many times in preparation for this.
The ground staff is helping the astronauts to take off their boots. And you know, that's the Shenzhou spaceship adopted the 3-module design. The orbital module at the front and the re-entry capsule in the middle are pressurized.
You know, we're hearing instructions from multiple monitoring stations.
This voice comes from the, as I mentioned, the Commander 0 to confirm every ground station is okay.
Got it. We'll continue to hear those voices as we get along with its mission, monitoring stations, ground stations, reporting to Commander 0 as we move to the next phase of today's mission. We'll continue to hear their voices throughout our coverage.
So their sequence to enter the Shenzhou spaceship is that they first, look, you already seen on the right is the side hatch of the orbital module, and also there is a hole on the payload fairing. So they will first enter this orbital module with the help of the ground team, and then go down to the re-entry capsule.
Is it like a slide down? They just
slide
down?
Exactly. Step down, step down. And you know that because the commander Tang Hongbo stayed in the middle, so he will be the last one to enter the cabin.
Got it.
It is the inner volume of the orbital module and the re-entry capsule. You know the total inner volume is only 7 cubic meters. Very narrow.
It does look very narrow. It does look very tight. So everyone is you know, there's not a lot of room for you to move around. You're not supposed to move around once you have entered the cabin.
You know
now we're seeing the inside of the capsule.
So on the top left, we can see the video inside the orbital module. And on the bottom right, we can see the camera inside the re-entry capsule. These two cameras inside the 2 modules of the Shenzhou spaceship. Because you know that today, China has already improved our sequence from the launch to the docking. We only take about 6.5 hours. So it will be more convenient for the astronaut to see only a very short period in this very narrow space. So only after...
But they will spend about 2 hours before the liftoff, right?
Yes, as I mentioned, for all kinds of checking. So this is very necessary to ensure their safety.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So a total flight time of about 8 hours, 30 minutes inside.
You may notice that in the bottom right video, we can see the chairs of the 3 astronauts.
Yes,
each one is customized according to the shape of each astronaut.
Got it. So that they're more comfortable.
Not only for comfort, be more comfortable, but for their
safety reasons.
Because you know that during the ascending and the re-entry of the capsule, they will experience very intensive vibration and also the G-forces. In normal case, in the normal ascending and descending, the G-forces, the peak value is only 3.6, which means that 3.6 times than their own mass.
明白。
another confirmation from the voices we heard from the chief commander to the all ground stations.
Yes, and the ground stations will continue to monitor the flight once the liftoff happens.
Yes, exactly.
Also,
we have multiple ground stations along the trajectory of the.
How many do we know? How many ground stations?
That depends. There are, as we know, we have stations in Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, also in Weinan, also in Taiyuan Satellite Launch Center, in Qingdao, and also we have our space tracking ships on the Pacific Ocean. Because you know that the separation of the launch vehicle and Shenzhou spaceship usually happen in the Yellow Sea or in the East Sea of China, just near the eastern coast of China. Now we can still see. Look, we can still see ground staff inside our Shenzhou spaceship to prepare everything. And also you can see that just in the orbital module, it is full of cargoes.
Full of cargoes.
Yeah, because you know, as I mentioned, we now only need 6 hours to go to the station, so it is not necessary to provide so many free space for the astronauts, so we can have more cargoes now inside the orbital module. And I believe it is very interesting. Also, we have some fresh food prepared for the Shenzhou-17 crew.
And is the food also, custom made to cater to the tastes of the taikonauts, or?
Absolutely. You know that because your blood will be redistributed in outer space with the influence of microgravity. So usually your tongues will less sensitive comparing with that on the ground.
Right.
So more salty and more spicy food are usually
will be better.
Be welcome.
Yeah. Well, actually, when they really are detached from the Earth gravity, and there is also risk of degeneration of their bone system. So osteoporosis is likely to happen. So therefore, they need to prepare the food with more vitamin and with more energy inside.
And calcium.
So that's right. So that has to be custom made for
So it's
each of
dietary
them.
preparation as well to help them really adapt to these conditions.
Yeah, definitely. It's not only adapt to the current condition, but also that's there to help them on a long term to restore their health condition when they really come back on the ground.
So this is the drill. This drill. T minus 5 minutes and counting. So this is the drill.
Well, I'm always happy to hear that they're getting a variety of foods up there in space. Let's face it, 6 months is a long time. You're going to have to consider.
But that's a balance. From the view of efficiency, we hope that the astronaut can stay in the station as long as possible. But to consider their influence to their health, so it should shorter.
And the countdown you see on our screen indicates that the liftoff will happen in just over 2 hours' time.
Yeah.
And the taikonauts are getting ready to enter the module.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
What is this countdown for?
This is a simulation, a drill.
Okay.
1, 起飞，
All right, they're doing a last-minute drill
Yeah.
of a
With this
countdown
drill,
to
we can
liftoff.
test every system, whether it is okay or not.
T0，动8时500分59秒，36毫秒。
So although it is a numerical simulation, but it is also a very important step to ensure the safety of the flight.
Absolutely. So in a little 2 hours' time, the liftoff will happen. The ground staff, the ground commanders, have just conducted a last-minute drill, a countdown to make sure that all systems are working effectively and efficiently.
And also very interesting, you can see the 3 astronauts, and inside the pants of our IVA spacesuit, there are diapers.
There are diapers.
Yeah, because they need to stay there for so many hours, so it is needed. But this diaper is quite different from those in daily usage, because even one of my friends from the China Astronaut Center mentioned that even 2 grams of this diaper can absorb more than 1 kilograms of urine.
Super diapers.
Super diaper,
Super
exactly.
diapers.
Yeah.
Professor Yang, can you tell me if they had a breakfast today? Because this is, early in the day.
Very, very early.
This is very early.
Very early.
We're almost 9 a.m. now, Beijing time.
Now the ground staff help the what called the 03, the Jiang Xinlin, into the cabin. You may notice that with their help and also very carefully protect his helmet.
So the first taikonaut is now
first
entering
enter. This
the
is
module,
a camera inside the orbital module.
the orbital module, and he will slide down to the return capsule.
Yes, the ground team help him to go down to the re-entry capsule. You can see the hatch is very small.
The hatch is very small. They have to be very careful because there's a lot of cargo. There's a lot of sensitive equipment. These are their custom-made seats. The commander will be sitting in the middle. The other two taikonauts by his side. We're still seeing that trail of one veteran plus two new taikonauts. And
new recruitment.
Yes, and they belong to two generations of Chinese taikonauts,
So,
the second and third batch of Chinese taikonauts.
So Mr. Jiang Xinlin sit in the seat closest to the camera.
Closest to the camera.
So because he is 03.
So he's 03 on this mission, closest to the camera, beside the commander.
No, the next one will be Mr. Tang Shengjie.
Mr. Tang Shengjie is another taikonaut, a new taikonaut embarking on this journey. This is his first mission as well.
So Mr. Tang Shengjie is 02, and he also.
Tang Shengjie is 02 of the mission. We just saw 03 already entered.
Okay. So first, they from the side hatch they enter the orbital module and then go down to the re-entry capsule. And he is 02, so he has a very special task. You know that during the re-entry after touchdown, he has the responsibility to cut off the parachute. So this is a task.
Is it always 02 who cuts?
Always 02,
okay,
because the button is very close to him.
Got it. It doesn't matter how the cabin landed, in what angle, in what way.
The
cabin landed is always 02.
They must cut it off because maybe the wind will be very strong and it will be very dangerous if they did not cut down the parachute. So you can see he is in the seat the most farthest to the camera.
He's still making his way. I think he's still adjusting. They're talking to the ground staff.
So you may notice that
what is this? Can we tell? It's
there are all kinds of issues they need to handle, and also many confirmation works for them. Now the last one will be the commander.
Yes, this is the orbital module. This is the return capsule.
The button I mentioned is just close to him, just on the side of the hatch. On the side of the cabin, to cut off the parachute. And the last one will be the commander, Tang Hongbo.
This is the commander, Tang Hongbo. He's kind of a legend himself. He will be the first taikonaut to return, actually, to the Tiangong space station. And he set a record of the shortest interval between
two flight missions.
Manned flight missions. So he's already a legend.
So as I mentioned, the second batch of astronauts, although they only have 7 members, but they will play a major role in this operation and application and development phase.
And the third batch has a lot more taikonauts, as you mentioned, than the second batch. What happens to the people who didn't get selected?
Well, you know that we also have a backup crew just in this Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center.
For sure.
The backup crew of the Shenzhou-17. I should also emphasize that it is also a great honor to be the backup crew.
Absolutely.
Still, they have very high score.
You have to be outstanding to be selected to be in the third batch in the first place. And even if you didn't make the mission, even if you didn't make Shenzhou-17, you're still a backup taikonaut. That's a great honor in itself.
You know that every fighter pilot are very outstanding personnel. And these astronauts are even more outstanding fighter pilots. So you can see how perfect they are.
Well, for Mr. Tang, he already created his legend in his whole life career, and now he's really re-entering this cabinet, and it shows that, his dedication to the type of the work instead of creating his own ego. This is really reflective of the Chinese value. For some people, they can really boast for their whole life. Writing biographies, having interviews, etc. That's already enough for
you can sit on this
first
achievement.
trip.
You can dwell on this achievement for the rest of your life.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, how many astronauts in the world do we have? How many taikonauts do we have? I mean, this is the achievement of a lifetime for sure. And this year, 2023, also marks 20 years since China's first taikonaut.
And also the second
was
entry
sent
for
into
him
space.
is also telling the world that it is not really highly interested to the astronauts, by traveling. So therefore, he quickly recovered from all possible damage to the health, and now he's back on track. So therefore, it also gave their relatives and their families a sort of assurance that they are still in a very healthy condition, and they turn out to be superb heroes.
Professors, do you think Mr. Yang Liwei, China's first taikonaut, is watching this also?
Yes, absolutely.
I believe so.
Yang Liwei.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So,
20
years
20th
ago.
anniversary.
He also
it's
created
a great
history.
year.
And
Absolutely.
now there are young successors with more of their vigor and passion, and also with a far better preparedness after 20 years of experience.
And this is the youngest crew we've seen so far, with an average age of 39 years old. Of course, Mr. Tang Hongbo is older. The other two taikonauts were born in 1988 and 1989. That's my age bracket. I can't imagine doing something remotely close to what they're pulling off today.
Mr. Tang Hongbo is not only the oldest in this crew, but also he is the oldest in the second batch of astronauts of China. He has a master's degree, and the other two have bachelor's degree.
So he participated in Shenzhou-12 in 2021, 2 years ago. That's what we mean by the shortest interval between two manned flight missions.
Yeah. Shenzhou-12 mission is a very important milestone in China's space activities.
计算机理论弹道检查正常。
太原。计算机理
Are
论弹
these
道检查
safety belts there? Are they?
计算机
Yeah.
理论弹道检查
So they're buckling up.
青岛。
计算机理论弹道检
We
查
just
正常。
heard the test, the verification of the computer and trajectory
计算
verification,
机理论弹道检查正常。
the theoretical
计
trajectory.
算机理论弹道检查正常。
It must be checked normal.
理论弹道检查正
It is
常。
carefully designed and calculated. Usually, you know that to launch and rendezvous with another spacecraft in orbit, we usually adopt the zero launch window, which means that the accuracy of the launch time, the liftoff moment, must be accurate than 1 second.
3小时。
But because you know that we have a margin of energy on launch vehicle, so today we have improved the zero launch window to
3小时
narrow
准
launch
完毕。
window, which means that we can also have still have an adjustment within several minutes or several seconds.
I mean, Professor Liu recapped for us right from the 1970s. It's been a long time, and it's also been 20 years since China's first taikonaut, Mr. Yang Liwei, was able to pull off that first flight successfully. So, I mean, to be able to see all of this must be, remarkable for everyone involved in China's manned space program. And Yang Liwei flew alone, and they've got, company today. I think it must be, I'm not going to say easier, but you are, as human beings, you are naturally reassured, you're more relieved in the company of your kind, of fellow human beings, of fellow colleagues, of other taikonauts.
Yeah, behind all this is really the economic power that's really propels China's the rapid research and advance of the technology in the outer space, and also that the Chinese ambition really to be there to share the scientific data with the rest of the world, and also to have the commercial launch. Of course, we are also in competition with some of the leading stations from the United States and from the former USSR. And now the unique part is that China is really proposing an inclusive and open operation and sharing of the data for commercial use and for the help of the civic use around the whole world. And also we work very closely with the United Nations on such type of programs. And this is really something that it is the Chinese dream, but also it contributes to the community of the shared future for the entire mankind. And now we have gone through several stages of our space development. Actually, since 1992, when we had the blueprint to have our space station, and with the rocket development, also with the further expansion of our space program. And now we come to today and see that people are really now getting regularized actually with such sort of activities. Is no longer a sort of adventure, but it's a regular activity. And also for daily for ordinary people on daily basis, we have the GPS system that that's there to direct us to any destination we would desire, and also with more of the traffic load that people can really enjoy. So it's all thanks to the Chinese the efforts, and also the entire inputs the whole country has really put into to explore the outer space and direct us into a new fashion of life.
Extraordinary efforts over a span of decades contributing to what we're seeing today. If you think about it, really it's miraculous, it's magical, it's worth a celebration. I mean, they're holding some books, some manuals, handbook.
The handbook also, there are all kinds of procedures, all critical steps, and also all configurations, specifications they must check. And also,
are they checking off items on the list one by one?
One by one. And also, that more important thing in the handbook is the what to handle in abnormal cases. So not only those in the normal procedure will be included, but the abnormal will be more important, I believe. So that is also the importance of the commander and also the other Mr. 02 act as backup for each other as a pilot of this Shenzhou spacecraft. If anything wrong happened to the automatic system, they can pilot the ship manually. So this is a very important measure to ensure the safety of the flight.
I always find it a little amusing that they're holding these hard copies, actual paper books in their hands.
Yeah, instead of an iPad or
why can't it be done electronically? Why can't they check things off from a screen? Why do they have to have handbooks?
Because with electronics, absolutely the reliability is less than the printed one.
That's right.
Okay, things can go wrong electronically, but
it's fragile, and also maybe something wrong of the power supply. Maybe
there could be blackout on the way, and also it's just been 6 months, and so that's why it's more reliable with the original one. And it's also a logbook, so that they can really keep a record of every tiny details that might be shared as really important information for their successors and also for scientific research.
Hard copies are obviously more reliable. As is indicated on our screen, we're about 2 hours from that liftoff. That's how much time the taikonauts will remain in their capsule, waiting for the liftoff.
we now can also hear the voice from the Beijing Flight Control Center because you know that the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center is only one system, the launch side system. And the Beijing Flight Control Center actually is in charge of the whole system of systems.
Okay, so tell us a little bit more, Professor Yang, about how the Beijing Aerospace Control Center cooperate with the Jiuquan Center. What are their different responsibilities and their job delegations?
Well, actually speaking, the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center,
the platforms
as I mentioned,
opening.
the top rotational platform will be first opened to expose the emergency escape tower to ensure that when the side hatch is closed, the emergency escape system can be activated. Even just 2 hours before the launch, we can ensure the safety of our astronauts. And you know that at this moment, still there are ground staff in the launch complex, and if anything dangerous happened, as I mentioned, there is a pipe inside this service tower, so they can go down very fast into the underground cabin to protect themselves through the through the pipe.
It's a huge complex, and you know, some people might imagine it's just several stacks of rockets. So now it's shown it's really a huge complex.
It's a huge complex standing at what Professor Yang said, 15 meters?
More than the height, the total height of the launch vehicle is more than 50 meters. So the launch complex is even higher.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know that's another very interesting is that look, this is a launch complex, and the vehicle assembly building or the VAB is just 2 kilometers from it. And today, at this moment, the Shenzhou-17 spacecraft and the Long March 2F Y-18 rocket is already standing by in the vehicle assembly building.
When you say standing by, do they mean that they're ready to be transported? Are they?
They are ready to be conducted an emergency rescue mission.
Okay.
Now we can see the emergency escape top. Actually speaking, it is composed of several solid rocket motors. Some is to drag the Shenzhou spaceship from the rocket to a certain distance, and the other smaller ones to control the attitude.
I mean, how far into this mission, how far into the flight is the escape tower good for? I mean, beyond a point, I imagine it would be too late for the escape tower to be used.
Well, you know, that's the emergency escapes. Actually speaking, there are two parts. One is what we mentioned as the emergency escape tower. The other part is some rocket motors just on the payload fairing. So in different ways, as you asked, you know, that after liftoff, and after pitch over of the rocket, so the first separation will be the jettisoning of the emergency escape tower, because in a very high altitude and just after the whole spacecraft is already in supersonic flight, and so there do not need the emergency escape tower any longer. And as that will be the separation of the boosters.
The pitchover happens about 12 seconens into the flight, and the first separation
usually
a
it's
couple of
about
minutes.
100 seconds also, just after liftoff.
Okay. All right, if you're just joining us here on CGTN, we're bringing to you live coverage of the Shenzhou-17 mission, which will see 3 taikonauts launched into China's Tiangong space station. We're a little less than 2 hours from the liftoff, and CGTN's Zheng is standing by for us at the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. The center monitoring the situation closely, obviously. Yibing, good morning to you. What are you seeing at the control center?
Well, yes, Zhongshu, I just saw you talking with Professor Yang Jiuquan just to share with the insight how this working system at the Beijing and the Aerospace Center is working closely with all other systems. That's like you said, it oversees all working system for the China manned space program. For example, the rocket, the spacecraft, and the overseeing monitoring system, both at land and sea, and also the launch and landing site in Jiuquan, in northwestern part of China. And this morning, all the working staff here are busy working. We see they actually didn't sleep last night. Got fully prepared for this morning's mission. And they have to set up the status, the parameters of all these systems, for example, the rocket, the spacecraft. And right now, right behind me, we can see on the big screen, there are two photos on the top. It's the Shenzhou-17 three members. They're inside the re-entry module already and making the final preparation. And at the bottom, we can see the launch pad of the Shenzhou-17 mission. So this is a really great feeling because during the last mission in May 30, I was in Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center here. This time, I'm here in the Aerospace Control Center in Beijing. So this feeling makes me really excited. I can see the all working system working together. So that's the basic information here. We'll keep you updated during the following programs before the launch mission. Back to you, Zhengshi.
Yibing, we appreciate that update from you. Thank you so much for keeping us posted. For our viewers just joining us here on CGTN, we're bringing to you live coverage of China's Shenzhou-17 mission, which will see 3 taikonauts launched into space to China's Tiangong space station. Now the 3 taikonauts are being seated in the return capsule. They're waiting for the liftoff, which will happen in less than 2 hours' time. In just a little over 1 hour, 50 minutes, we'll be watching this process for you here on CGTN. Now a little bit background information in terms of the mission. During the Shenzhou-17 mission, the crew will rotate with the Shenzhou-16 trio. The 3-person team will stay in orbit for about 6 months and return to the ground in April next year. Shenzhou-16 mission members will return on October 30th this year. Since the Shenzhou-17 is the second manned mission of Tiangong's application and development phase, the in-orbit tasks for the 3 taikonauts will become more normal and regular. The Shenzhou-17 taikonauts will perform various in-orbit space science and application payload tests and experiments. They will carry out extravehicular activities, install extravehicular payloads, and conduct space station maintenance and other tasks. Notably, the Shenzhou-17 crew will carry out experimental extravehicular maintenance tasks of the Tiangong space station for the first time. A Long March 2F rocket will lift the 3 taikonauts off into space at 11:14 a.m. Beijing time. That's 03:14 GMT. They will take over from the in-orbit Shenzhou-16 crew and will spend about 6 months inside China's own space station. Professor Yang, let's talk about something they will do for the first time in terms of their tasks once they go into the space station. Maintenance, experimental extravehicular maintenance tasks of the Tiangong space station. Can you shed light on just how challenging that will be?
You know, let's go back to history. Today the human being already have 4 generations of space stations. The Mir space station belongs to the 3rd generation, and the ISS and China's Tiangong space station belongs to the 4th generation. You can see that both the Mir space station and the ISS works much longer than their designed lifespan. So we hope that it is similar to our Tiangong space station. To work much longer than the designed lifespan, we can have more returns in scientific research to benefit the whole human being. So this is what we want. And to do this, that the basic thing is with a longer operation period, it is more frequently we can see some malfunction of everything, of some parts of the subsystem of the station. So the repairing and maintenance will be a very, very important task to not only ensure the designed lifespan, but to extend it and to as long as possible. So with this purpose, we must test the corresponding technologies for this maintenance. But it is very complex. That there are many tasks inside the stations, so it will be relatively easier, but also many things happen outside the station. So we must prepare for that moment when something wrong happened, as we've already discussed, maybe the impact of the space debris. Of course, we've already considered the protection to these space debris. For instance, for those the parts and the debris smaller than 1, with the diameter smaller than 1 centimeter, we use the shield to protect the station. But this is depends. That even if we have a shield, and usually it doesn't matter when the space debris hit it. But for some critical parts, for instance, as we've already discussed, the solar panels and some antennas, if the space debris hit on these parts, still there will be very serious malfunction. So we must prepare for everything, any possibility of these kind of things. And when it happens, we must have the measure and also can do it in time to fix it. So this is the point we develop this kind of maintenance.
I mean, this is basically unavoidable. It's inevitable that you will have some type of impact from
the space debris.
Space debris from asteroids, small asteroids.
And also, so it is inevitable for a very long period.
So this was taken into consideration when you designed the space station.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, you see that if I remember right, the Tiangong was designed for the normal lifespan of 10 years, and now it is expandable to another 15 years. And by really the right type of maintenance, it saves the cost, and also it makes sure the consistency of data and the continuity of such sort of the collection. And but exposure is really something that is unavoidable. It's not only the solar panels, but some of the camera screens can also be hit by particles that was not really expected. And so yes, you have the plan B, but to have the right type of maintenance is something that that is first. In its own first place, it's also a challenging test to expand our activities beyond the capsule, and it is already a science research by itself. And of course, it also helps to really to expand the lifespan and maintain the soundness of such sort of operation.
Yes, professors, it does seem like everything that they can do.
Yeah, you can see that not only Mr. Tang Hongbo, but Mr. Tang Shengjie, the 02, is also reading the manual very carefully, reading their handbook very carefully. So this is a very important preparation for the flight, for the ascending phase. And also, it's very interesting, that according to the previous missions, at this moment, it is quite possible that our Shenzhou-17 crew is also watching the live coverage. Because that today we already have our Tianlian data relay satellite. We can transfer a very high definition video via these Tianlian data relay satellite. Just time, I can still remember that when Ms. Liu Yang watched the liftoff of the Shenzhou-15 crew, they also shook their hands.
I mean, they are one of a few people that really know what is going on the minds of these taikonauts. I mean, they can relate. Let's just put it that way.
Exactly.
They relate the best.
Look, you can see this is a camera inside the orbital module. We can see that it seems that the hatch between the orbital module and the re-entry capsule has already closed.
Oh, it's closed?
Yeah, it's closed. Now we can see also in the middle of the camera, of the screen, that we can see another hatch is the side hatch on the orbital module.
I mean, also talk to us about the cargo here. You mentioned there's a lot of cargo that we can see with the camera inside the orbital module. What does the cargo entail here?
Some are the resupplies to the station. As I mentioned, possibly they have many fresh food prepared for the Shenzhou-16 crew. And also, I believe there are many cargoes belongs to the scientific research system or the application system. You know that for any biological study, it is very interesting. Usually we have some live animals such as the flies and also some live plants. So we must provide a very good condition for these kind of samples and to keep it in and to bring it to the station in a very short period, because need a very very serious condition for these kind of biological samples. And also, that during the Shenzhou-17 mission, just both in their the ascending phase and also during the Tianzhou-6 mission, it brings many very important biological samples to the station, and they conducted their scientific research in the Tianhe-1 core module and in the Wentian module. So this scientific research has already get a very good contribution to the science and also to biological study in China. So in the future, that we've already have some joint experiments between China and other countries. So sooner or later, we can also see the instruments developed and manufactured by other countries, and with either this Shenzhou spaceship or the Tianzhou cargo ship to be on board the Tiangong space station, and the experiments will be conducted by Chinese astronauts.
I mean, China has officially extended invitation to the participation of international foreign astronauts, so that we could see that happen relatively soon. We're going to be talking about live timelines later in our program. But professors, thank you for your analysis so far. I'll be back with you later in our program. And China has also made a series of efforts in its exploration of the broader universe. Scientists also aim to uncover more mysteries about the Red Planet with a Tianwen-1 mission and pursue the long-held curiosity about life on the moon, as noted in numerous ancient Chinese legends and poems. As the Earth's only natural satellite, China's Chang'e missions seek to bring some clarity to several lunar questions. The country has also spent decades to perfect its space exploration program. Let's now take a closer look at the stories behind China's space ambition.
Sounded like in Baghdad.
They're only survivors.
Against the Al-Qaeda terrorist training team.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
In 1969, Neil Armstrong delivered his famous words from the moon. By this time, China had already been working on its first manned spacecraft research for 2 years. Chen Shui-sen, the father of China's rocketry program, dared to dream big.
At 9:30 that night, the fifth country in the world, following the Soviet Union,
播事业局报告，收到了东方红1号播送的东方红乐曲，声音清晰洪亮。
Before China's first spacecraft was born, it had a significant name, Jiuquan, First Light of Dawn. The Chinese plan was to put 2 astronauts in space within 2 years. In 1971, the first 19 candidates were chosen. Like the Soviets and Americans, they were all fighter pilots.
这段影像记录了上世纪70年代中国航天员的早期训练过程。改装后的小型飞机成为失重实验室，在高速下坠中实现40多秒的失重状态。 摄影机拍下了坐在后排的锻炼员在失重环境下练习吃东西、喝水的过程。
Due to a social turbulent era, China could not afford to undertake such a massive project. China's first manned space project was halted after 8 years. The United States had already completed 6 crewed missions to the moon, and by this time in 1975, launched 2 Mars landers, Viking 1 and 2. But there was a silver lining. Chairman Mao Zedong and U.S. President Gerald Ford held a historic meeting in Beijing. 6 days before their meeting, China launched its first recoverable satellite, Jiang, laying the foundation for its future success in space. The turning point was in September 21st, 1992, after a 17-year break. China decided to restart its manned space program and set a clear and ambitious path. Named after the date, Project 921 was born. It had a 3-step blueprint. First, put an astronaut in space and ensure his or her safe return. Second, carry out extravehicular activities, or EVA, and launch a space lab. Third, build a crewed space station. China began building its new crewed spacecraft. It was based on Jiuquan satellite technology, but with a new name, Shenzhou. 4 Shenzhou craft cleared all technical obstacles soon after. But now, the big question: who's going to be China's first man in space? In 1998, 14 candidates were selected from among China's best pilots. They were thrown into the harshest training environment, also with help from Russia. Only one was chosen. China aimed to launch its first manned mission in 2003, but it turned out to be one of the most disastrous years in the history of spaceflight.
The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
There were 2 tragedies in the United States and Brazil. 28 people in total died. The pressure was on China, but it kept the launch date unchanged. At 9 a.m. October 15, as the steel tower released the launch vehicle, the nation held its breath. History was made. Young Li Wei became a legend, the first Chinese person in space. China joined ranks of the Soviet Union and the United States. 2 years later, Shenzhou-6 carried another 2 astronauts into space. China had accomplished the first step of the 921 project. The next step was EVA and a space lab. A month after the end of the Beijing Olympics, 2 astronauts did the first spacewalk in 2008. In 2011, the U.S. Congress passed the Wolf Amendment. NASA was banned from space collaboration with China or any China-owned company. But this did not stop China's quest for space exploration. Not long after, China sent its first target spacecraft into orbit and carried out automatic and manual docking. And finally, female astronauts joined the team. Tiangong-1 was an entry-level space lab. Its main tasks were docking and orbital experiments. Tiangong-2 was a more advanced version. It tested technologies needed for the construction of space station. Astronauts started to spend more time in space. In 2016, the Shenzhou-11 circled the Earth for over a month with astronauts on board. In 2017, China's manned space program completed its second step. The first cargo spacecraft, Tianzhou-1, docked with Tiangong-2 3 times. It tested a series of new technologies, including transportation of living supplies and in-orbit refueling. Then began the third step, building the space station. It's called Tiangong or Heavenly Palace. It consists of a core module and 2 experimental modules and can dock with manned spacecraft and cargo ships. The International Space Station has 16 modules, but the China Space Station only has 3. The Tianhe core module is bigger than any single module on the ISS. It's 16.6 meters long, the equivalent of the height of a 6th-floor building. The 3 astronauts have a living and working space of about 50 cubic meters. As more modules are designed to dock in, Tiangong's maximum weight can reach 180 tons. This is still much lighter than the 400-ton International Space Station. The core module was finally ready for launch. It blasted off in April 2021. 2 months later, 3 astronauts on board Shenzhou-17 entered space. They opened the hatch and began their 3 months in a new home. And when they walk outside, they would be in the new generation spacesuit. It doubled the amount of time that could be spent outside the capsule to 8 hours and can be reused as many as 15 times in 3 years. One of the most eye-catching technology wonders mounted on the station is this, a giant robotic arm. The engineers like to call it a transformer. The 10-meter robotic arm can bear 25 tons of torque, the equivalent of 5 elephants. It can even walk on its own, monitor the outside environment, install modules, and shuttle astronauts to any working spot outside the core module. China's space station was completed in 2022. After 3 decades, over 10,000 days and hundreds of launches, China can proudly say it has a home in space. On the very first day of 2023, while ushering in the new year with his people, Chinese President Xi Jinping highlighted the pearl in the orbit. He announced that China's space station was fully completed. China's space station isn't alone. The International Space Station has been orbiting for 23 years. It's a joint program involving 16 countries.
The International Space Station is a joint construction site that everyone, for example, if it's a 4-bedroom house, that everyone built 1 bedroom. But Chinese station is a Chinese-owned station at this moment.
The ISS is nearing the end of its life. It should be out of service by 2031. But the United States has come up with an even grander and more ambitious plan, the Artemis program. An essential
policy of constraint and confinement from U.S. But we're capable of putting everything together by a single nation without the interference of international policies. But in fact, we do have many collaborations with international partners, including NASA in the areas of lunar explorations and Mars communications and many other sectors.
Applications have poured in for over 1,000 experiments on the China space station. Astronauts from other countries are also expected on Tiangong in the near future.
Welcome to China Space Station.
Further and beyond, the Chinese are planning to land their first steps on the Moon and the Mars. In the next decade, the Moon will embrace Chinese visitors and a scientific research station. Transiting to the Mars is also in the agenda.
The station is designed for decades to come, so I don't want to exclude the possibilities. Once you have the competence and capability of launch vehicles, we also want to see all possibilities of international collaborations, in particular in lunar and Mars exploration. I think to get it done by a single country is very ambitious, and to have international collaboration, we can go much further.
Make time for civilization, for civilization won't make time. Renowned words from Yu Cixin, the author of science fiction 3-Body Program. quest for the unknown has driven human civilization to evolve from the emergence of first humans to the modern information age. A journey that's taken millions of years. Since the first cosmonaut entered space, mankind's aerospace journey only began 6 decades ago. Now the ardor for space exploration is gaining momentum again around the globe. Like the Enterprise heading to where no one has gone before, space perhaps can be our final frontier.
Breaking news this hour. At least 16 people are dead in multiple shootings in Lewiston, Maine, in the United States. 50 to 60 people have been wounded. The
Hey, hello Internet, how's it going? It's Gong, the nerd of CGTN, long time no see, and it's been some time since we talk about the space affairs, and now as China's launching the Shenzhou-17 manned spacecraft, and we're going to talk about it, and we're going to have it the internet way. So it's not me just talking here. You can log into CGTN's official social media platforms and leave your comment on it. Ask any question you want, and basically it's like a video version of the Ask Me Anything on Reddit. You can just post any question you want on social media like Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, and on anywhere that we have an official presence. And we have people to collect your questions and send to me, and I will try my best to answer them for you. So now this Q&A session, and we're going to introduce you to some basic information if you have just logged on to, you have just opened the stream. So China is about to launch the Shenzhou-17 manned space mission with three taikonauts who are Tang Hongbo, Tang Shengjie, and Jiang Xinlin. And these three guys will go to space in about, I think, 45 minutes. 45 minutes or so, or it should be 11:14 Beijing time, so that is that should be like 3:14 GMT, and so that's I think that's roughly 1.5 hours. And yeah, in about 19 minutes, and China will launch its new space mission with a giant rocket sending 3 people into the space. And what do they do in the space? So basically, these 3 people are rotational operators of China's own space station, the Tiangong space station, if you know the name, or as we call it, the China space station. So in the space station, and currently in the space station, there are 3 other Chinese astronauts living in it, and they're going to be rotated down to the ground. So this is basically it. And so what do they do is, so the Shenzhou-17 crew, the three people I've just mentioned, they're going to perform a lot of tasks in space. And this is so they will perform various in-orbit space science and application payload tests and experiments, and they will carry out what we call extravehicular activities, or EVAs. Basically, they're going to get out of the station and go into the space and do their work. So you can notice how dangerous it could be. You're getting out of the human created scenario or environment, and you have to face the space yourself. And then they have to install extravehicular payloads. Basically, so some payloads on the China space station are installed automatically onto the space station, and some others requires manual installation, and this could be one of them. And then they will conduct space station maintenance and other tasks. So by maintenance, we mean that not only the inside of the space station, they may have to do some maintenance to the surface, to the outside surface of the space station. And then they will have to continue to assess the functioning and performance of the space station and test the coordination and capability of ground support centers in performing space station operation and management, to further enhance the operating efficiency and fault correction ability of the space station. So basically, they're not going to do something brand new, but they're going to do some maintenance work and also verify if the space station is still running correctly. And so for this Q&A session, we're going to answer your questions. It's not just me speaking here. You can speak too. You can just log on to any of CGTN's official social media platform and ask anything you want. I will answer it for you. And now, I'm having a bit of cold, so my throat and my nose may make some strange noise. I have to apologize first. And so now I've been logged on to Weibo, the social media platform in China, to see if there are any Chinese netizens caring about this thing. So one of these comments on the social media platform really moved me. That is by someone called with a random name, and it's in Chinese, so it's really hard to be translated. So let's just say this is one guy in Weibo who said, maybe you guys have been watching about China's like manned space missions, and you may have noticed that there are many phrases that they always mention, like stable improvements and controlled quality and these kind of things. So safety first, these kind of phrases. So he said he is an outsider of space traveling, but he said such a giant systematic project, for such a big project, if you just insisting on what do we break through, what achievement we make, what new stuff we do, and you always want to make it on the news, and this is not elegant or beautiful. So a better choice would be this is the Shenzhou-17 mission, but for like missions in like Shenzhou-5, when China launched its first taconauts ever into space, everyone was like cheering, wow, Chinese people have finally make it. We're now one of the very few countries that can send people into space. But for now, sending people to space sounds like a regular task. Like for me, like Shenzhou-7, if I'm not reporting on this launch, I would not even know which number it is. It is 15, 16, 17, 18. I would even get lost in these big numbers. But I would definitely know that Shenzhou-5 was the first time that China sends the first man into space. So it's been regular. It's been like a daily task. It's been like everyday life. So instead of making breakthroughs, China is now operating a space station and with 3 people in it, like a daily task, like everyday life. So like one step at a time would be much better than just make breakthrough every time. So he also hoped that the Shenzhou-17 mission and the following missions could continue to to like make contributions to China's space program one step at a time. And also, there's another interesting comment from Weibo. So one of the crew for this space launch, who named Jiang Xinlin, he was born like in 1988 or 89, I forgot. So he's basically my age, and so this guy have been in the conventional forces before, and China in the People's Liberation Army, which is basically China's military. So he used to be a driver of a tank, and later he became a driver or pilot of a fighter jet, and now he's going to operate a spaceship, and later he will get into China's space station. And comments on Weibo would wonder, so what will he drive next? Maybe a vehicle on the moon? That's possible. We don't know, because he's so young. He's still in his 30s. So maybe not like people in front of the screen. So some of you guys maybe only like in your 20s or even teenagers. That's great. But for someone going to space, like the age of 30s will be very young actually. And in fact, this is China's youngest crew ever sent to space. So led by China has been doing space works for decades, and there are many astronauts, or what we call taikonauts, that have been educated, have been trained to do space tax. So since the Yang Liwei, China's first astronaut, he belongs to the first batch of astronauts, and now China have already trained 3 batches of astronauts, and we're now preparing for the 4th batch. So for this time, these three taikonauts, so only one of them belongs to the 2nd batch, and the rest 2 in their 30s are from the 3rd batch. So you can see that the process is rolling, and China is now entering a regular step, or it have a rhythm, a controlled rhythm to launch space missions. Everything is in control, and it's moving forward one step at a time. So you may wonder that what is so special about this Chinese space mission, because sounds like it's just regular daily maintenance. There might not be anything interesting. So no, it's not that case. Every mission is different. So for this maintenance mission, so there will be some. So I will pick some of the characteristics of this mission and show it to you. One of it is they're doing extravehicular experimental maintenance for the first time. China's space station have been there for years, and everything is tend to break, right? Everything needs repairing, needs maintenance, and China's space station is not made of unbreakable materials. It's also human-made. Human-made stuff may encounter some errors, may be broken by the sun, because there is radiation everywhere outside of the atmosphere. Oh, thanks to the atmosphere for protecting us on the Earth. So, for China's space station, it is still and wandering, orbiting the Earth. It gets a lot of radiation, and sometimes it even gets hit by space debris. I don't know if you care about this. Every space mission leaves some debris in the space, and some of them may be pieces of the rocket, pieces of the spacecraft, and there are many other stuff, and maybe even satellites we sent to space that no longer works. Broken satellites in space, or even when satellites collapse into each other. So there will be many debris spreading wandering in space, and some of the debris may hit the satellites or hit the China space station. Now, as far as I know, as far as I heard from the people from China's space mission, so the China space station have giant solar panels to receive the sunlight and generate electricity to keep everything moving, to keep the people alive. So this key energy infrastructure, let's say, the solar panels have been hit by space debris. And so, although it is designed to prevent that, or to resist that, they still need to assess, to check, so what kind of damage have been done to the solar panel, and if any repairing is needed, and do some maintenance if repair is needed. So this is a very uncertain task. We only know that it is hit, and we know that that something changed, but we don't know if it is actually broken. So we need to check this. So these three astronauts would go there, will get to the solar panel and check with their own eyes to see if it is broken or if it is just scratched. So this could be a mission of much uncertainties. And now for this thing, for the maintenance task, we invited yesterday. We invited Yang Yuguang, who has also appeared on our TV stream previously. So we invited him to explain more about why we need to do maintenance to the space station. And Yang Yuguang is the vice chairman of Space Transportation Committee at the IAF, the International Astronautical Federation. So he looks at China's space development from an international perspective. Instead, despite he is a Chinese, he is now occupied by an international organization. So he looks at China's space program from above, from a higher level. And now let's move to the clip. Let's play the clip and let's listen to him explaining why China needs to do maintenance to the space station.
With the service time going longer and longer for any space station, like the space station built by other countries, they do have some repairing and maintenance work. So this is inevitable. This time, as reviewed by Mr. Lin Xiqiang, the announcer of the China Manned Space Agency, that because some small debris, we've already found some small damage on our very huge solar panels. So this is also inevitable. And for the future, although today we do not have much work for the repairing and maintenance, but it is possible that in the future we will face these circumstances. So to be safety and to ensure the normal operation of the whole station, it is right moment for us, and it is very necessary for us to practice this technology. You see that this EVA is very, very risky, because you know that for the previous missions, for either the construction of the station and all the scientific research works, usually we can predict what difficulty we will face and what the difficulty is. So we can have all kinds of measures, and also we can practice more and more on the ground, especially in the neutral buoyancy pool in the underwater training. So, but in these repair works, usually we don't know what we will face and what the problem is. So there are great uncertainty, and the difficulty is you don't know what you will meet, and you don't know what is the best measure to solve this problem. So from this point of view, you see that this practice is a very great challenge to our astronauts. So this test is absolutely very, very necessary. In the future, you see that also we can compare with the stations of other countries. You know that the International Space Station and the Mir Space Station from the US and Russia, they work much longer than the designed lifespan. So I believe that the same thing will happen to China. But one thing is that after the normal designed lifespan, usually it is more frequently we will face some malfunction and also other problem of the station. So the proportion of the tasks for the maintenance and repairing of the astronauts will occupy more time of the astronauts when they are in orbit. So in the future, you know that with our station stay in orbit for many years, you know that our core module, the Tianhe-1, was launched in 2021. So after maybe 10 years in the future, we will face more problem on it. So repair works, including those inside the cabin and those outside the cabin, we can frequently see that situation. But to have the highest efficiency, we hope that the station can work longer. So that is reason why this work is quite important for all of us.
Okay, so that sounds like a very complicated problem, but as you can see, everything breaks and everything may run into problems. So that's why China is now practicing how to do maintenance to its space station. When the space station was first launched, and everybody was like amazed at how advanced China's space station looks like, because it looks like so new, brand new. Everything is clear, it's clean, white, neat. Everything was like that. But compared to the International Space Station that have been launched for decades, the International Space Station looks like it looks like much more complicated, with cables running everywhere, and everything looks so old, it looks so previous. But that is not the thing that makes China's space station better. It's just newer. Newer doesn't really always mean better. So for China now, they're going to build the Chinese space station into may run into a better one, and they're trying to make it. For China's space station, they have some tiny points that is more advanced than the International Space Station, but later but they also have a lot in common. So after all, they're both space stations, right? And now let's run into the questions and the comments that is from you on the social media. So the first one I want to see is, so what happened to the body after 2 years in near zero gravity, like on the moon or Mars? People would get weak fast without clear understanding of long-term effects. Right, that is correct. For a human body, that's what I heard from the space from the space mission people. So for a normal human that's traveling in space for like 3 months or maybe half a year, so your bone will become weaker because because of the absence of the gravity. So your bone get weaker, maybe so the minerals in your bone will start to get lost. So maybe 12. I don't know the exact number, but I think your bone will lose 12% of its weight or its minerals after like half a year in space. So that sounds like a very serious problem. If your bone minerals have only like 90%, your bones tend to break. So like you fall on the ground, you may break your bones or many of your bones. So that could be dangerous for in the long run. So after Chinese astronauts came back to the ground from a space mission, they most of the time they were sent to a resort to recover, and there will be doctors and nurses to look after them. It doesn't mean that they are like injured, but they do suffer some health, let's say, differences from people that's living on the ground. So people will get weak fast without clear understanding. That is right. So when we dream about space travel, we really need to know that for human at this point, it is still very hard and very dangerous to travel in space. Even if you are paying like for some companies to travel in space or even just near space, there is a lot of danger waiting for you. So make sure you are absolutely prepared for space travel. And so this is one thing. And now let's see another comment. Isn't it wonderful? And hello and good morning. How do the people breathe in the craft and in the space station? Okay, breathing. Breathing is a very like critical problem for space travels, because there is no air in space. Most of the space is filled with absolute emptiness. So that doesn't. So when we like there is nothing between me and the camera. There seems to be nothing, but there is actually air. So air is not emptiness. There is something in the air. There is always something in the air. So like oxygen that keeps us alive. We have to burn calorie with oxygen in order to survive. Every one of us. And so without oxygen in space, we would starve to death. If just like diving into the water. So there is no oxygen, or there is not enough oxygen in the water, and even if you cover your nose, cover your mouth, and or stop breathing, or you still have to you still suffer a lot of problems inside water. So in space, it's exactly the same thing, because there is so instead of filled with water, it's filled with emptiness. There is so in the space station and in the Shenzhou spacecraft, there are many ways to provide oxygen to the astronauts, to the taikonauts. For the Shenzhou spacecraft, because it only stays in space for a few months, so there are like oxygen tanks and even liquid or even super cold liquid high pressure oxygen stored in the spacecraft and in the space station as well. So for the space station, there is even something more, because for us human to function, we breathe in oxygen and we breathe out carbon dioxide, or CO2, as you may be familiar with. So there is a complicated system inside the space station to process the air inside, to make sure that the atmosphere or the air in the space station is not empty. It is, but more like normal air on Earth. So that is what they do. They have a very complicated system. You can log into our maybe CGTN.com or check social media for our previous introductions on this system. I'm sure my colleagues wrote a very long story to explain how this entire ventilation system works. And then there is another question. So, do you have any updates on China's space plane? Okay, space plane. That's a very cool topic, because spacecraft cannot fly on itself. It has to have to be like for this mission, like for the Shenzhou-17 mission. So Shenzhou-17 itself cannot fly in space. It is able to send astronauts to space because there is a rocket carrying it into the space. So every push, all the pushing, all the launching, all the flying work is done by the rocket instead of the Shenzhou-17 spacecraft itself. So that is one key thing that you need to know about every space mission, basically every space mission. So there used to be the U.S. space shuttle that can actually fly on itself and then fly back. So and for like SpaceX, they have rockets that can fly up and fly back. So for space plane, that is completely different topic. China's space plane is still under development. There are many experiments carried out every year, and we have been reporting a lot of them. Actually, you can also check on CGTN's website. You just search space plane, and I wrote a lot of them. I know that the China is making progress in it. Maybe not big breakthroughs, but but they have been checking that if this is a viable or possible concept. So many experiments and how to say, like the modules or test modules have been launched actually. So this is a very new frontier, and that is different from the conventional rockets. So that's a brand new thing that will catch your interest, I understand. And China is still doing it, is still making progress. I think the latest update was like in June. I'm not sure. It's May or June. They tested a new model, and it seems, and they claim it is a victory. But we don't. But I didn't see the plane myself, but I see videos of it flying and on the ground. So I'm not completely 100% sure if China is making like a breakthrough in it. But tests they're still testing, various concepts, various ideas to make this happen. China is not giving up on the space plane, and instead they're putting a lot of resources trying to make it a viable solution. And now let's move on to the next question. How can we clean up the debris and pollution in space? Oh, that is a very great topic. China, So the space debris doesn't only like scratch China's space station. It also scratched the International Space Station and any satellite that we're using at this moment. Even for GPS satellites are very small, but still they may be hit by space debris and may run into malfunction. So this is a very important topic. And so there is an international treaty that regulating the space program of all major countries, so to make them behave, to leave as little pollution as possible. But still, mistakes are made, and problems exist, and seemingly good stuff may malfunction in the next second. So this is a problem, and we need to address it. And China, as far as I know, China is doing research to develop a robot that could be sent into space and locate those debris and collect them, and then sent back to Earth. And so this could be a solution, but it sounds like it could cost a lot of money. So as long as our positioning and imagery and normal satellites are still working, space debris is not such a big problem at this exact moment. But it is a serious thing in the long run, in the future. So actually, China is not the only country that's researching on this problem. Everybody in the space area, they all worried about this, and they all trying to find a solution to this. And also, one thing I need to tell you is that space debris, most of the space debris doesn't got burned in the atmosphere when they fly toward the Earth. So for rockets, smaller rockets or small satellites, when every satellite have its lifespan, have its lifetime. So when they reach the end of service, the controller, the ground control, will tell the satellite to fall back to Earth, but it doesn't fall back to the ground, because during the process, so just like I said, there is no air in space, so there is no fraction between the satellite and the air. But when the satellite goes back to Earth, it has to get into the atmosphere first, right? There is air in the atmosphere, and the satellite will have fraction with the air. Although we cannot see it with our eyes, this fraction happens. And because the satellite flies so fast that this fraction will burn the satellite. The force of fraction is so big that the satellite will get really hot. Like if you scrub your hand gets hot, the clothes get hot. It's the same for the fraction between the satellite and air. So it gets hot and gets very hot, like sometimes hundreds of degrees. So it will burn the satellite. Most of the time, it will burn entirely. And for some really big rockets, really giant space junk, so the returning process may require landing. And most of the time, we can control the satellite or the rocket debris to go back to Earth and slowly and eventually fall into the ocean. So most of the time, it's okay. And that's basically how we deal with the useless stuff in space. And also for space station stuff, and also for the space station, when we have people living in the space station, so they have to generate. There must be a lot of junk, so so instead of throwing the junk, instead of littering the junk into the space, they collect the space junk into containers and and then transport them back to Earth with Shenzhou spacecraft, or with the Tianzhou. I don't know if you heard about it. There is Shenzhou and there is also Tianzhou. Tianzhou is specifically designed to carry stuff, useful stuff, and also useless stuff. So this is one the space craft that China designed to deal with the pollution problem. And now the next comments from Weibo. Oh, you know a lot of information. Yeah, so China is recruiting the fourth batch of astronauts. As I said, the Shenzhou crew, this Shenzhou-17 crew, composed of the second batch and third batch astronauts, and now China is recruiting a new batch of astronauts. So the fourth batch, and for the fourth batch, for the first time in this batch, China officially announced that they welcome foreign astronauts. Yeah, everybody speaking English out there, everybody speaking any language that is not Chinese out there, you also have a chance to become an astronaut in the China space program. So for this thing, then they now this is official. This is not like information that I heard from people. This is officially announced information. China is recruiting foreign astronauts. And so here's the problem. Here's the question asked on the Weibo. So for the Chinese space station, every sticker, every label, everything in the manual is in Chinese. So how can the foreign astronauts, they don't understand this? Do they need to learn Chinese in the space mission? And do they need to learn Chinese if they want to go to the moon with the Chinese space program? I know that they have to, and I asked Yang Yuguang for details and he explained a lot to me that, and we can play the video of him explaining why foreign astronauts should learn Chinese if they want to join the Chinese space program. Let's play the video.
Of course, you know that English is very, very important for international communication, like you and me in CGTN or as a guest of CGTN. But you see that it is very natural for any space capable nation to use its mother language in their spacecraft. This is very, very necessary and very, very reasonable. You see that we design and operate our spacecraft not only in the normal case. So in the normal case, maybe you can use any language, either English or your mother tongue. But you see that usually until today, although we've already been a space capable nation, but for any space capable nation, you must consider about the abnormal condition. We must consider about the emergency cases. In the emergency cases, you see that either for the commander or the pilot of the Shenzhou spaceship, he or she must do the right thing and the right situation and make the right choice, even in a very, very unfriendly environment. For instance, during the normal ascending and descending, the G forces experienced by the astronauts usually is from 3 to 4 G, either during the launch or during the re-entry. But in an emergency escape or in an emergency re-entry, the G forces can up to 8 G or even bigger. The more important thing is that for the commander and the pilot, they can do the right operation and do the right decision under even these 8G forces. So that is why it is very important for us to use our mother language. So it's easier for the astronauts to do the right judgment. So this is very important, and also it is almost form this tradition also in other countries. You see that everybody taking the Soyuz spacecraft to the International Space Station, they should learn Russian. Many of my friends from other countries, such as my friend Yi So-Yan from Korean, she said it is a really tough task for her to learn Russian when he visited the International Space Station via the Soyuz spacecraft, but it's quite necessary. So the same thing also is equivalent to China. You see, for any other countries, the astronauts, maybe he or she will be a flight engineer or payload expert. He or she is not responsible for the piloting the Shenzhou spaceship, but to be safety and to ensure the success of the whole mission, they will be trained for this. So it is very necessary for them to learn Chinese and communicate with the commander and the pilot in Chinese. So I think this is a very, very natural and a very, very reasonable choice for China.
Okay, thanks for Yang Yuguang's explanation. And it seems like it is necessary for them to learn Chinese, and it's necessary if for any country, for people any country joining any space program, you need to learn their native language. This is just the normal in this in this, how to say, this folk of life. And now let's move on to the next question. So why are they called taikonauts? You know a lot of stuff, right? So when I write space stories, and also when I talk about China's space program, I always prefer using taikonauts over astronauts. That's because taikonauts, just like there's astronauts for the U.S. as for the U.S. space people, and also there's cosmonauts for the Russian space people or USSR space people. And China also invented their own words to describe their own astronauts. That is called taikonauts. So the origin of this word, I didn't find the exact origin of this word, but I heard that this thing was coined by people from Singapore. So they put the Chinese way to say the space with knots. So basically, taiko. So taiko and knots. Taiko in Chinese means space. One meaning of it is space. So in Chinese, it's called taikong, because in Chinese is so different. Just like what we mentioned, Chinese is so different from Western languages. The tone has to be correct, right? There's taikong, so it sounds like taiko to foreigners. So that's why it is called taikonauts. Basically, it's just the Chinese, the half Chinese, half English way to say astronauts. But we are from China, and we love to explain Chinese concepts to foreigners. That's why we need the communication, right? And then let's move on to the next question. So there's a simple question. Can we see Earth from geostationary orbit in visible spectrum? Not one of them want to answer direct. Well, you got me. I don't know. Well, geostationary orbit. So that's where the space station is, right? So using visible spectrum. So visible spectrum means, for those who don't know about physics, visible spectrum is basically the colors we see. Every color we see can be considered as radio signals, and radio signal have frequencies, just like 5 gigahertz for your Wi-Fi router, 4.4 gigahertz for your Wi-Fi or for Bluetooth communication. So the color we see also have their own spectrum or frequencies. So outside of the frequencies, the visible spectrum, there are many colors that we cannot see at all. So humans can only see a tiny little bit of electrospectrum. There are so many others. That's why we have the sunlight. We often say the sunlight have UV, which is ultraviolet. So ultraviolet is because violet is at one end of our visible spectrum, and outside of it is something that we cannot see. So that's why we call it UV, ultraviolet. There are also ultra red, ultra red that like to. It's not called ultra red. It's called infrared, right? Smaller or less frequent than red. Red is on the other edge of this visible spectrum, and outside of it is something that we cannot see but exists. And so I think I'm not sure of this, of course, but to me, as far as my knowledge goes, it is possible to see the Earth. It should be possible to see Earth with naked eyes in the space station. There are pictures taken. We have many pictures taken by taikonauts of the Earth from the space station. We post I think at least 10 pictures taken by various taikonauts, and also for this time, for the Shenzhou-17 mission, the Shenzhou-17 crew also composed of 3 people. They're returning to Earth in a few days, I think. So for the Shenzhou-17 crew, there might be a chance for them to take a picture of the China space station with the Earth in the background. So I think this is also a time to verify your question, to answer this question if we can see. So obviously we can see the space station with naked eyes because you're living in it, right? And if there is the Earth on the background, it is highly possible that both of these two objects are in the visible spectrum. So basically, we're on the Earth. We can see the Earth. Everything on the Earth, we can look at it. So I think there shouldn't be any difference when we are looking from above, right? When we're on a plane, when we look at the ground.
Launch, which is now less than an hour away. Liftoff is scheduled at 11:14 a.m. Beijing time. You're now watching live pictures from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. The 3 taikonauts are now in the capsule, making their final preparations prior to liftoff. Earlier, the crew arrived at the launch pad, and a brief ceremony was held to see them off. The 3 crew members are Tang Hongbo, Tang Shengjie, and Jiang Xinlin. It is the youngest Shenzhou crew we've seen since the construction of the China space station. The trio are expected to stay in orbit for about 6 months and return to Earth in April next year. Shenzhou-17 is the second manned mission of Tiangong's application and development phase. 9 projects selected from 17 countries will be sent to China's space station in the coming years, based on an agreement between the China Manned Space Agency and the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. CGTN's Wu Lei talked with Nicholas Perdute, who is now working on one of such international projects.
The Polar 2 detector, which you and your team are now developing, is one of the international projects set to be sent to China's space station. And can you tell us about this detector and its goal?
When a black hole is created, it emits a big flash of gamma ray, and we call this phenomenon gamma ray burst. And creation of black hole is extremely important scientific subject, and we don't know much about it. So all the information we can gather is important. So with Polar, we want to answer one question: is that are those gamma rays that are produced polarized? And this polarization will tell us a lot about magnetic field and things like that during the formation of black hole. So this is exactly the question we want to answer with Polar 2 in Chinese space station.
To launch such an advanced facility into space is never an easy task. And when is this detector scheduled to be launched?
Those detectors are kind of unique and state-of-the-art. So yes, it is complicated to construct them. But I think for the Polar 2, we finished now completely the prototyping state. We know exactly what we want to build. The result we get in the lab with the prototype are really excellent. So we start to cut metal now, and we hope to be ready in 2026. So launch date around 2026.
Your first Polar experiment was sent to China's Tiangong 2 Space Lab back in 2016. Now your Polar 2 will also be sent to Tiangong Space Station. What is your assessment of the opportunities being offered to global scientists by China's space station?
Collaboration with the scientists was really excellent. We share the same will and the same way of working. And I think ESA said that they don't want to send astronauts to the Chinese space station. This is bad. I think this is a wrong decision. I think China is very open, and the opportunity are really very, very interesting. I know that you have very exciting science projects like space telescope, extremely good space telescope. This opened a very, very nice project for science in China. And I'm very happy that China is opening that to international collaboration. And I really hope that as many people as possible will use this opportunity.
Again, in less than an hour, the Shenzhou-17 spacecraft will lift off. For the latest, joining me this hour are CGTN reporters Sun Ye at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in northwest China's Gobi Desert and Zheng Yibing at the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. Sun Ye, let me start with you. You are the closest to the launch site. than any one of us, watching all of that excitement and anticipation, of course, unfold there on the ground. Talk to us about what you're seeing right now. How are the preparations going near the launch site?
Right, I am possibly the closest. We are 1.5 kilometers from the launch tower, and right now we are getting a better view of the rocket right now. You see the first stage of its rotation platform has unwrapped, and that's revealing the escape tower. We've also just checked in with experts from different systems, and they say everything is well. The rocket system, they've rechecked and rechecked some of them, and it's going in a great condition. And then the spaceship, the Shenzhou-17 spaceship, has just turned to be powered on its own. I think in just 2 or 3 minutes ago, and it's acting according to a procedure. And we've also talked to experts with the astronaut system. The 3 taikonauts are doing well, and I guess you're seeing that right now. And as you said, we've been watching the rocket for quite some time right now, and watching it for so long, you can't help wondering what does it feel like to ride inside. And we put that question to a rocket designer, and he said, interestingly, when you are riding in the Long March 2F rocket during liftoff, you are not going to sway from left to right, and you are not going to be bothered by those booming noises we've come to associate with liftoff, because the rocket has really good soundproof system. And then again, we are here throughout the day, and we'll see later the platform, the rotation platform unwrap. We will update you in the coming minutes. 钟时.
So you will look forward to those updates from you. Thank you so much. Let's now turn to Zheng Yibing at the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. Yibing, you've been, of course, where Sunye is today. And today you're watching things remotely from the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. What is the atmosphere where you are at the control center in Beijing?
Well, yes, absolutely. The atmosphere is quiet, but everybody is busy working. Well, this place is called the Beijing Aerospace Center, known as BACC, and also they have the very special name that is Beijing Copy, because right behind me, the people, the working staff here are coordinating with all working systems for this mission. For example, the rockets and spacecraft and telemetry, on remote control, and also the launch and landing sites. And they usually would send the copy word like the Beijing copy that is in Chinese, that Beijing 明白. So literally translated into Beijing copy. So these people are very special. They keep quiet, busy working here. So this morning until now, they have checked the status of the all working systems, especially the rocket. And right behind me, and we can see on the big screen, the 2 big screens. The first one is the Shenzhou-17 cruise. And we can see the 3 taikonauts are inside the return capsule. And on the knees of the commander, Tang Hongbo, there is an instruction book, and definitely is making the final preparation before this mission. And right at the bottom, we can see at the launch pad, the protecting shield for this Long March 2F carrier rocket is opening. So the counting down is ongoing, and we are so excited to wait for that moment. Back to you, 钟时.
That is CGTN's Zheng Yibing live at the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. Yibing, thank you so much for that update.
Thank you.
And let's return to our studio guests here, Professor Yang Yuguang and Liu Baocheng. Professor Yang, according to reporter Sun Ye, the 3 systems, the rocket, spaceship, and astronaut systems, have all been operating smoothly. And normally, the last time we had the signals, you were talking about how the astronaut system had completed their job. It was left to the spaceship system to check everything now. We are just a little over half an hour from liftoff. What remains to be done at this point?
So, that's, of course, the Long March 2F launch vehicle plays a major role today. You can see that the launch complex belongs to the launch site system. You may notice from the current video, we can see that after the opening of the top rotational platform, and at this moment, the rotational platform at the bottom has also opened. At this moment, we can see the 4 boosters of the Long March 2F launch vehicle. But still, at this moment, although we will open the rotational platforms one by one, but you know that still there are connections to the launch vehicle. I mean that the power supply, gas, and also propellants can still, and also the control signals, telemetry data can transfer through these cables and pipes. So there are also some small, you may notice that there are some small rotational arms with these cables and pipes connected to the launch vehicle. Only about 1 minute before the launch, we turn the power supply from the ground to the internal batteries of the launch vehicle, and so to save the energy. So there are so many subsystems of the launch vehicle, including the propulsion system, the control system. Okay, T-minus 1 hour and counting.
I think we're less than an hour. The liftoff is scheduled at 11:14 a.m. Beijing time. That gives us, what, 34 minutes? A little over 34 minutes?
Actually speaking, it is now less than 1 hour to the launch. But you know that's what it mentioned. The voice mentioned the 1 hour preparation is a portion that lasts for several minutes. So the Commander Zero must confirm that the 1 hour preparation has already been done for all these systems. There should be no exception and go for launch. And you see, as we've already mentioned, that the rotational platforms will be opened one by one, because just before that we have to conduct all kinds of checking, and also, as you mentioned, the preparation work for the astronaut system and for this Shenzhou spaceship system. So the opening, the rotational platforms forms a closed volume and give a very good protection to the combination of the rocket and the Shenzhou spaceship.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit more about the rocket. The Long March 2F rocket has proved to be a reliable one for the manned missions. How has the Long March series developed over the years to reach a reliable model that can be used consistently for China's current and future manned flights?
Well, this is very interesting. In the previous videos, we already mentioned about the commercial space activities. You see that this is also related to commercial space activity. You know that China entered the international commercial launch service market in 1980s, while the first commercial launch is in 1990, the launch of the Asia Satellite 1. Which was built by Hughes Company in US, accuracy a Hughes 376 model. The satellite is called Asia Satellite 1 by the launch of the Long March 3 launch vehicle. But honestly speaking, at that moment, the capability of China's launch vehicle cannot meet the requirement of most satellites in the international market. So China developed another much more powerful launch vehicle called the Long March 2E, with 4 boosters added to the core stage. And with this Long March 2E, you know, that's the capability is 8.8 tons to low Earth orbit. So it's already big enough to launch a spaceship in orbit. So that made a good foundation for the China's manned space program. You know, also, you know that in 1990s, in the year 1992, with the establishment of the formally the setup of China's manned space program, we have another derivative of this Long March 2E, the Long March 2F. The Long March 2E and the Long March 2F both are 2.5 stage rockets. With the core stage have 2 stages, the first stage and second stage, and 4 boosters. But the difference is that we have a malfunction detection system on board the Long March 2F. So the reliability of the Long March 2F is much higher than the Long March 2E. It can reach to 0.97, which means that for 100 launches, only 3 of them may have some malfunction. But still, this is still not safe enough for astronauts. So we added another important system called the emergency escape system. So with this system, the safety to the astronauts can reach to 0.997. Which means that for 1,000 launches, only 3 of them will threaten the safety of the astronauts. So this is the difference between the Long March 2F and the Long March 2E. But both these two launch vehicles utilize what I have already mentioned, the hypergolic propulsion system, which use propellants with room temperature, which is more convenient for usage, but with low energy compared with the new generation. But it is already very practical with the UDMH and the NTO as the propellants. So the first stage have 4 engines, and the 4 boosters each have 1 engine. Each engine has a thrust of about 75 tons. So the total liftoff thrust is 600 tons, and the total mass of the liftoff mass of the launch vehicle is more than 500 tons. Okay, T-minus 30 minutes and counting.
T-minus 30 minutes. We are 30 minutes away from the liftoff. I mean, Professor, you've been comparing the Long March 2F with 2E, other models in the same series. I mean, countries that are capable of rocket science use their own rockets, the United States, India. How does the Long March 2F compare with, for example, Falcon and the rockets that India uses?
Well, the capability of the Long March 2F has the lower capability than the Falcon 9. But the Long March 5B launch vehicle, the capability is greater than the Falcon 9 currently used by the SpaceX. But you know that, of course, the Falcon 9 is a human-rated launch vehicle. It can launch the crewed Dragon spaceship. So from the view of human-rated launch vehicle, it is bigger and have greater capability than the Long March 2F launch vehicle. But you know, until now, the India do not have a human-rated launch vehicle because all their tests are unmanned. They will plan their first maiden flight of their future manned spaceship Gagayan maybe within this year or the next year. So they must conduct, as formally announced by my colleague in International Astronautical Federation, the chairman of the ISRO, Mr. Dr. Samanas. So they will first conduct maybe 3 to 4 manned flights of the Gagayan manned spaceship, and then conduct the first crewed mission. And in the future, they also have a plan to have their own space station and human missions to the moon.
Is the Long March rocket series still developing, still evolving? What more functions, how much more reliability and capabilities can we expect to be developed along the Long March series?
Before answering this question, let's look at the video. We can see that this is also a camera. This is a video from a camera mounted on the rotational platforms. So you can see that the distance is increasing with the launch vehicle. And as I mentioned, you can see that in the yellow ones, you can see some small arms still attached to the launch vehicle because we still have pipes and the cables connected to the launch vehicle with these small arms. And so finally, all the platform will be opened. So let's continue our discussion. As you asked, yes, of course, although you know that Long March 2F is the only human-rated launch vehicle of China, but still we are now developing the new versions. You see that according to Mr. Zhang Hailian, the Deputy Chief Designer of China Manned Space Program, during the forum just in July this year, he introduced the detailed plan of China's human missions to the moon. And during this mission, the major role will comes from the Long March 10 launch vehicle. It is a heavy launch vehicle in China. The capability is 27 tons to the lunar transfer orbit. You know that, as we discussed, the most powerful launch vehicle of China is Long March 5. And the capability of Long March 5 is about 8.3 tons to lunar transfer orbit, which means that it can bring an object about 8.3 tons to go to the moon. But you know, of course, it is not big enough to conducting manned missions to the moon. So in the future, we will have the Long March 10 launch vehicle, which can bring our astronauts through the new generation manned spaceship to the translunar orbit for the moon missions. And you know, we will use 2 launches. One to launch the lunar lander, a manned lunar lander, but in an unmanned status to the circumlunar orbit, and it will wait there. And then the second launch will have our 3 crew members on board our new generation spaceships with the Long March 10 launch vehicle also to the lunar transfer orbit, and the 2 spacecraft, the new generation spaceship and the lunar lander, will rendezvous and dock in the lunar orbit and then conduct the landing on the moon.
In terms of the rendezvous and docking today, I mean, after 6.5 hours into the flight, the mission will conduct a fast automated rendezvous and docking with the front port of the Tianhe core module and forming a 3 spacecraft, 3 module assembly.
Exactly. You see, that's for any spacecraft, the launch to chasing and rendezvous docking with another spacecraft, especially in the low Earth orbit, the basic and the most important requirement that when the second spacecraft come into the orbit, it must be in the same orbital plane of the first one. So this is the most important requirement, because you know that the low Earth orbit, the spacecraft in the low Earth orbit has a very high velocity, 7.8 kilometers per second. So even a very slight error in the orbital plane between the 2 vehicles may cause they will lose the chance for rendezvous and dock. So they must be in the same orbital plane. But on the other hand, you see that the orbital plane of the outstation is relatively stable in the universe. So we can only launch our Shenzhou spaceship when the launch site, the launch complex, rotating together with the Earth, when it rotated to the position just almost in the same orbital plane of the Tiangong space station. So that is the reason why we read this 0 launch window. So it is very narrow and very strict. So this also raises a very high requirement to the reliability and robustness of our launch vehicle and the Shenzhou spaceship, because we must check everything. If anything wrong happened, we must stop the procedure, and maybe the launch window today will be abandoned. So we will list at least 1 day. And as you mentioned, today we choose the fast rendezvous and docking. It raises an even higher requirement to the launch itself, because not only it requires the 2 spacecraft to be enter the same orbital plane, but also their position in this orbital plane have some requirement to meet the requirement for the fast rendezvous for 6.5 hours. Usually, you know that for this this kind of mission in 2011, we used 2 days. So this is also an even more strict requirement. And you know that our Tianzhou spaceship also make a world record to using less than 2 hours from launch to rendezvous and dock with the Tiangong space station. But for the manned spaceship, we keep a good balance between the how fast it is and how reliable it is. So 6 hours is already very, very comfortable for astronauts. You may experience that every day you transfer, you drive your car. Of course, you stay as short as possible in your car between the transfer, because it is too narrow in the car. Of course, if you stay in the room, it will be much more comfortable. You can recognize our Shenzhou space station as a room, and the Shenzhou spaceship as a car. So with shorter period stay in the Shenzhou spaceship, they'll be more comfortable.
Absolutely, it's a remarkable commute to an office room, to a living quarters, whichever way you put it. And if you're watching our special program today on CGTN, through CGTN live streaming on our social media platforms, we value your feedback also. Feel free to leave your questions. We'll put some of these questions to my guests here in the studio, Professor Yang Yiguang and Professor Liu Baocheng. They will be more than happy to take your questions, and we encourage you to do that as you stay with us on our special coverage of the Shenzhou-17 mission. We are now about 21 minutes away from the liftoff. These light pictures from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center show a quiet, serene scene there at the launch complex. The rotating platforms have opened.
You can see at this moment, all the rotational platforms has already opened. I believe that at this moment, the ground team has already at least withdrawn from the service tower. And maybe not all withdrawn from the launch complex, but absolutely they will already left the service tower. But as I mentioned, still at this moment, there are several small arms in brown color which still attached to the launch vehicle to give electricity, the gases, and also the other supplies. Also, you know that there are air conditioners inside our payload ferry to give a very comfortable condition for our Shenzhou spaceship.
And the three taikonauts seem ready and relatively comfortable given the condition in their seats, holding handbooks.
Yeah, you may notice the packages between the luggage between the different astronauts. You know that there is a very interesting requirement. The position of the center of the mass of the re-entry capsule is very, very strict. This will influence, especially that during the re-entry, it will influence the safety of the astronaut and also the position where they can land. So this, that's the different people have a different weight. So even the slight difference between the weight of different astronauts must be considered.
And could they gain and lose weight during that 6 months? I mean, that's
that
possible.
there is the standard criteria.
I mean, they measure. I assume they weigh themselves on a regular basis just to make sure health element, to make sure their health is in check. But what if they gain weight or lose some weight during that 6 month stay?
This is also part of the research. I think.
Exactly.
So because of biological research for human tolerance and human impact is also part of the research.
But of course, the most important is the upper limit. They should not exceed that.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think anybody has ever exceeded that limit, right?
Yeah.
Considering how regularly, how often they check their weight and their health status up there in the Tiangong space station.
And you can see the beautiful view of our Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, the forest in brown color at this very beautiful season.
And now as we await the launch of Shenzhou-17, let's once again check in with CGTN reporter Sun Ye, who joins us from the launch site. Sun Ye, we're minutes away from that 15-minute countdown, a crucial countdown to liftoff. What's the latest on the ground?
Well, the commander here hasn't called out that 50 minutes countdown yet, but this is the moment, the minus 15 minutes. Oh, he's calling it now. This is the command that he will be calling out the last cars, the last people near or under the launch tower to evacuate, and the last file of cars could be in our view to leave the launch tower. And as it gets near the launch hour, we've been talking to rocket designers, and they say even though they've seen it so many times, this hour it's still intense. And for us, we've been hearing 准备好了, we are ready, everything is normal, 正常 throughout the morning, and we've learned that all the system from rocket, spaceship, they are safe and reliable. This is still a moment quite intense for people who are working here, and we imagine it could be more so for the taikonauts. And we have one small trick from none other than Yang Liwei, the first taikonaut in space. He said to deal with that kind of anxiety, there was a small trick. He said you could try putting your tongue in your cheek like this, but probably don't show it. That would take the your focus off everything else and take the anxiety level down. But perhaps the taikonauts today, the Shenzhou-17 crew, they don't need that. Yesterday we heard Tang Hongbo, the commander, said he's very calm because he only has his mind on one thing, on getting the mission accomplished, and that's what we're here. We're here to witness now, to see them, to see the liftoff, and to see the mission gets accomplished. 庄石.
Well, just so you know, I did try out that trick just now when we were showing the pictures, and I was not on the screen. And I don't know, maybe it'll help. I mean, it's a trick from China's first taikonaut. I gotta try it. Thank you so much, Sun Ye, for that update. We appreciate it. And we continue our studio discussions here and conversations until the liftoff happens in just about a little over 15 minutes time. That liftoff scheduled at 11:14 a.m. Beijing time. Professor, can we talk about that window for liftoff? Because we've had a lot of manned and unmanned launches, and each liftoff time is very different. Some in the middle of the night, and today in morning, not exactly early morning. How is that window decided? I mean, what are the parameters and elements that need to be taken into consideration? Weather, for example, is one of them?
Weather is very important consideration, especially the speed of the wind will be considered either in the low altitude and in the high altitude. Moreover, you see that you already mentioned about the launch window in different time is quite different. Some in the night, some in the morning. This is because you know that the change of the orbital plane of the Tiangong space station is relatively slow comparing with the Earth, but still it's changing. So every time it's in a different position. And we've already mentioned that the basic requirement is that after the launch of the Shenzhou spaceship, it must be in the same orbital plane of the Tiangong space station. So in different seasons. Okay, T-minus 15 minutes and counting.
Yeah, this is really to synchronize the universe in which the space shuttle is placed in order to synchronize everything that is precisely to be made sure get connected.
I mean, just at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, we have the collaboration of 3 systems: the astronauts, the space craft, and the other one being the
launch vehicle.
The launch vehicle systems. They have to cooperate and collaborate closely, and then we have the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. We have the ground stations, the monitoring stations, the monitoring ships. You have to coordinate between all of these systems to make sure that everyone is on board, everyone is on the same page for the liftoff, and that is how all of these real-time coordination happens, why this real-time coordination happens.
And you can see from this video, the previous video is come from a manned air vehicle and UAV near the launch complex. So today, the UAV is widely used to monitor the whole situation. So it's very convenient for usage.
But don't they pose risks to the launch? I mean, they they're of course very low altitude. But then they're around.
And also, it's far from the trajectory of the launch vehicle.
Okay.
So you can see that the ground team is retrieving from the launch complex.
So the last groups of ground staff, what remains of the ground staff right now?
The ground staff is just in previously work on the launch complex. So you know that's the person in charge will count if the number is correct. So if the number is not correct, then must be someone remained on the launch complex. So even in the most serious situation, they will stop the launch process.
Let's check out some of the comments left by our social media users. They've been watching our special coverage here on CGTN, and they, I believe, have some questions. And let's check out some of these questions. We have a lot of comments flooding in. I don't know if we have time to review all of them, but let's take a look at some of them. For example, what happens to the human body if someone spends 2 years in near zero gravity, like on the moon or Mars? Professor Yang?
Okay, this is a good question.
Nobody has ever attempted that. I mean, even with space stations, you rotate every few months.
You know, that's the record today for a single flight in microgravity field is achieved by Mr. Polyakov, just passed away in recent years. But his record is 437 days in orbit. So this is the highest record made in the Mir space station. So also there are several crew have already conducted the residence in International Space Station for more than 1 year. Actually speaking, the human being has already conducted these kind of studies. Absolutely, the influence of microgravity and also together with the radiation have a remarkable influence to the people's health. Especially, you know, that's
in what ways?
In many ways, you know, that's the weakening of our neural system and our muscles, the loss of the bones, the loss of the calcium, and also the psychological problems. All these are very serious problems. So we must have the certain countermeasure to dealing with these kind of negative influences.
Now let's also take a look at this other one. How do the people breathe in the craft, in the spacecraft, and in the space station? How do they breathe? There's oxygen in the spacecraft and on the space station.
Usually, you know that in our space station we use the.
我是0号，下面通报点火时间。点火时间为11时13分59秒。点火时间为11时。
The commander there is announcing the final ignition time.
Set at 11:13:59 seconds. That's the precise time when the ignition will happen.
This is very interesting. You know that China adopted a quite different system from other countries. What we mentioned is the ignition time. And the other countries, for instance, US, use the liftoff time. So this is different. There is a several second interval between these. So you may always notice that Mr. Zhong Shi already hosted so many launch live coverage. You may heard the voice just after the liftoff, and one of the ground staff will report the actual liftoff time. Because you know that as the commander, the chief commander has already mentioned, they announced the ignition time. And there will be several seconds interval for the liftoff time. So another person will announce this liftoff time just after the launch. And for the question, you know that China adopted a mixed atmosphere on board our Tiangong space station, which means 20% of oxygen and 80% of nitrogen is quite similar, but very close to our ground. So the astronaut will be very convenient inside the station. But you know that in the EVA, it will be quite different. You know that the higher pressure is, the more rigid the spacesuit is. So if the difference between the inside and outside the EVA spacesuit is 1 atmosphere, it will be very, very rigid, and it will be impossible for the astronauts to move and change the shape of their bodies. So there is no exception that all space capable nations choose the pure oxygen atmosphere inside their EVA spacesuit. So before that, we must have some adaptation procedure for the astronauts from their common daily life in our station to the EVA, because they will change from the mixed atmosphere to the pure oxygen atmosphere. And in the pure oxygen atmosphere, the inner pressure in the EVA spacesuit is only 30 to 40% of the common atmosphere. So for this change, we have a very critical procedure to remove all the nitrogen inside our body, because it will boiling if we change that very fast. That will be very, very dangerous.
And I guess we have time for a couple more. A viewer named Azul Celeste asks about the measures to deal with debris and pollution in the space. We covered this in our earlier discussions. I mean, there has been minor damage, very minor damage to the solar wings of the Tiangong space station. And part of the tasks for Shenzhou-17 is that they will inspect some of that damage, not exactly to the point where they have to repair or fix that, but they will definitely take a look.
Yeah.
But what happens if that damage is a little bit more extensive, let's say, in a hypothesis situation?
You know that in the orbit for the space debris, there are hundreds of millions debris with a size less than 1 centimeter. So for this kind of debris, it's very difficult to for tracking because it's too small. So we use the shield to protect the space station. But for bigger ones, for instance, for those larger than larger than 10 centimeter, usually if it collides with the station, that will be cause very serious damage. So for these bigger space debris, usually we will conduct an orbital maneuver to avoid the possible collision with these space debris. But if something wrong already happened, that will be depend. For instance, if one of our module is hit by the space debris and some leakage happened, these kind of things already happened in the Mir space station before. So even we will shut down the whole module and isolated from the other modules. So these things do happen in the Mir space station before. And this is the most serious problem. And even in this case, we may require the astronaut to have an emergency escape from the station to go back to the Earth.
I mean, let's give time for one last question. Chris Lemba wants to know why they're called the taikonauts. Why Chinese astronauts are called taikonauts? I mean, don't Russian astronauts get their name also?
Of course, this comes from the culture. You see that usually in America they call them astronauts, but in Russia and the former Soviet Union they were called cosmonauts. So, of course, in China we have our own traditional, in Chinese name is taikonauts. Because the universe in different countries have different pronunciations. In the United States is the astro, and in Russia is cosmos. Well, in China is taikong.
I believe that is the outer space, literally. So I think this is really also a contribution to the English dictionary or foreign language dictionary at large. With the taikonauts.
Yes.
I think they have taikonaut as a word in dictionary.
Yes, already.
Let's hear from the commander.
Okay, T-minus 5 minutes and counting.
T-minus 5 minutes. We're 5 minutes away from the ignition. Professor Liu, I do want to bring you here and talk a little bit about international cooperation, because China has invited astronauts from all over the world to cooperate and participate in its future space station missions, of course, through a selection process. I mean, what does that say about China's commitment for its manned space program to be open, to be cooperative, and to be inviting, where all of its fruits, if you will, all of its achievements will be shared with the international community? Professor Liu.
Well, first, China does really agree with the first treaty of the United Nations that we are not really claiming territorial space in the outer universe. And that has really received popularity on the value-based one. And of course, technically, because Chinese space is getting more reliable, and we can also see through generations of improvements. And we are really talking about the 3-bedroom and 2 sitting rooms of apartment in the outer space, so that can really accommodate the scientific research in a more comfortable fashion. And the other is that China provides the more of the open attitude to have more inclusivity and to support the bipolicy, particularly the developing countries also to participate, and we are also ready to share the data for scientific use, etc. So this is really the attractiveness of the Chinese for more of the scientific engagement, not only in the space but also on the ground.
Well, if you're watching us through our social media platforms, keep those questions and comments coming. When we have time, we will put your question to my studio guests here. We're 2 minutes away from ignition. Very quickly, Professor Yang, John Titter asked a simple question. Can we see Earth from a geostationary orbit in the visible spectrum?
Seriously speaking, yes. But you know that there is no any geostationary orbit manned missions before and today, because it's not necessary. You see that to send a human onto the geostationary orbit, the energy required is also almost equal to that to a human lunar mission. So that will use a very huge launch vehicle, but it's really not necessary. Why to do that? There is no reason to do this.
I mean, it's an imaginary question. That's part of why we have space programs. They really broaden people's horizons and open their eyes to a bigger world. We are just over.
Oh, there are so many audience for the launch.
Absolutely, to the ignition time. Everyone is watching with breath that is bated, including all three of us here in the studio.
you may notice that the service arms are still attached to the launch vehicle. So after we change the power supply from the ground to the internal batteries, we will detach the rotational arms. And also we mount some cameras on these arms. We can also monitor the whole procedure to ensure safety. Actually speaking, this belongs to the launch side system. And before this launch, all these things must be operated to check whether if everything, for instance, the motors for the rotating is okay.
T minus 1 minute. Do you think the well, you mentioned the Shenzhou-17 crew could be watching all of this in the space
video
station.
uploaded to the from the via the.
But they're not able to talk to them,
Xinlin.
right? They're not be able to give them just a pep talk to encourage them or anything like that.
That depends what they will send to them.
Okay.
No, already launched all the detachment of the arms. Holding.
Okay, the arms are detached.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see
30 seconds.
in the station. They are watching.
Well, we just saw some banners. Welcome, teammates. 20 seconds. Professor Liu is getting nervous. I can feel that.
Of course.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
After ignition, the first step will be pitch over to change the flight direction from a vertical to the eastward.
The One more superior rocket has now lifted off with the Shenzhou-17 spacecraft. Magnificent as always, as we continue to monitor the trajectory for you here on CGTN. Over the past 2 decades, since China sent its first taikonaut, Yang Liwei, to outer space in 2003, there have been 11 manned missions. This is the 12th mission, carrying the youngest ever Shenzhou crew since the construction of China's Tiangong space station.
So this vehicle comes from the camera, what you mentioned, mounted on the second stage of the rocket and looking backwards, so we can see the 2 boosters.
I mean, these cameras are so important. They bring us a real-time scenario, real-time monitoring of what is going on with the rocket to see its trajectory and to really visualize how that flight is going. I think it's super important.
So I believe at this moment you can see the direction has already changed. So the pitch over has already been successfully conducted. And the next critical step will be the jettisoning of the emergency escape tower.
And how much further into the flight will that happen? The jettisoning of the escape tower?
Escape tower. About 100 seconds also.
100 seconds. That's about 1 minute 40 seconds into the flight. We could see the separation, the jettisoning of the emergency escape tower.
This, I believe at this moment it's already supersonic and already past what we call the max Q, which means the maximum aerodynamic forces to the launch vehicle.
I mean, this is something the taikonauts would have experienced in their training also.
Okay, jettisoned.
Okay, the escape tower has now been jettisoned.
And the next critical step will be the separation of the 4 boosters. About 2 minutes.
About 2 minutes into the flight, we will see the boosters come off.
We also heard voice that all the ground stations tracking very normally, either the optical telescopes and the radars.
I love hearing them. I love hearing them report that everything is going on smoothly, normally. They have a very calming, very soothing voice.
Great.
The boosters have come off.
4 boosters. Oh, and also the first stage separated.
The first stage has been separated?
Yeah. We have a camera on the rear part of the second stage to monitor the working of the main engine of the second stage. We have 1 main engine with a thrust about 80 tons, and also 4 vernier engines to change the attitude of the launch vehicle. So we can see the optical images based on the ground telescope. This is what I mentioned, the video from the camera mounted on the rear part of the second stage. We can see the big thrust is the main engine. And this is the engine mounted inside the payload fairing. So the next step will be the separation of the payload fairings.
The separation of the payload fairing will be
great.
Yes, that's
separated.
Separation.
Okay.
Now it's in the sunlight. The astronauts inside the cabin can see the sunlight through the two windows.
I mean, some of their predecessors used to, play with pens once they reach zero gravity.
And
so
the next step, after several minutes, will be the shutdown of the main engine. But still, the 4 vernier engine will be still continue working to adjust it to make sure that it's precise enough.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that the taikonauts are doing fine. They seem to be doing okay in their seats.
That's the Shenzhou-17 flying east routes. Along its trajectory, we have the Weinan, exactly.
Yeah.
Weinan ground station in Shengjie province, and also we have the Taiyuan Satellite Launch Center. We also have a ground station there.
So this stage will probably take a little bit longer.
Yeah, exactly. And also you can see the background is the horizon of the Earth, very bright. They're already outside the atmosphere.
I mean, all of these cameras, they withstand such high temperature, and they work magic.
Well, that is still there is a interval between the camera and the rocket engine, so it's not in a very high temperature, still very safe.
Okay.
And you can see the small vernier engines just on the left. So that vernier engine is used to change the attitude of the this second
Got
stage.
it. Look at the Shenzhou-17 crew watching from the space station.
With the continuous working of the rocket engines, because the propellants are become less and less, and the acceleration will be greater and greater, so they will feel the G-forces acting to their body are increasing at this moment.
So this is what they're going through at this point in the flight.
Okay, Qingdao station has already captured the firing object. Qingdao is the last ground station to track the combination.
Okay, so this is the part where the taikonauts could feel a little bit more discomfort in their seats.
But it's already better than in the atmosphere. You see that in the atmosphere, because the international, you can see the 3D animation. We can see the links between the ground stations and the launch vehicle. There are multiple ground stations have tracking the launch vehicle, and all of them are receiving the telemetry data, which presents the current status of the launch vehicle. So we can have a 3D animation, although it is an animation, but it represents the real status of the flying objects.
You were saying, Professor, that at this point the taikonauts are feeling a little bit better than
experience the G-forces and also the vibration. You can see that the main engine is still working, but the next step will be the shutdown of the main engine. Now 7 minutes have passed. Usually the shutdown will happen about 8 to 9 minutes.
Yeah, on the right bottom corner, the Shenzhou-16 crew
is watching, as I mentioned.
The Shenzhou-17 crew, I mean, they must be very happy to welcome the Shenzhou-17 crew, because this will mean that their mission, their 6-month-long mission, will soon come to an end. They return to Earth on October 30th, and there will be that happy meeting, happy handover.
They will welcome their new colleagues after 6 or 7 hours.
With open arms, I'm sure. So in 6.5 hours or so, the spacecraft will conduct an automated rendezvous.
The main engine is shut down.
The main engine has now shut down.
This means that the Shenzhou spaceship is already in orbit, but we will adjust its trajectory with the 4 vernier engines to make it more precise.
It is the minute that leave the ground that the astronauts will feel more uncomfortable. Right now it's getting more stabilized.
Exactly, because
Right.
the main engine has shut down. There is no greater G forces
That's
acting
right.
on their body.
Yeah, it's not, when we sit in the vehicles or airplane, it's really acceleration.
Yeah.
That is having a big stress on us.
So
The takeoff and landing part.
Right.
So the next critical step will be the shutdown of the 4 warning engines. And at this moment, as Professor Liu has mentioned, they will experience the 0G.
Right.
And with this camera mounted on the second stage, looking forward, it will monitor the separation of the Shenzhou spaceship.
It will monitor the separation of the Shenzhou spacecraft from the carrier rocket.
Yeah. So just on the previous video, we can see still we have the communication links between the Qingdao station and the launch vehicle.
And Qingdao being the last ground station.
Yeah. So the separation point is just above the Pacific Ocean, very close to the eastern coast of China. Actually speaking, near the Shandong province and Jiangsu province.
长江6号发现目标。
Changjiang 6号 is the what we call the Yuanwang 6 space tracking ship of China. So it is now in the Pacific Ocean to be the last one to support the launch.
How many of these tracking ships do we have for this mission? Do we know that?
It depends.
2级游击关机。
Oh, great.
环线分离。
Okay, this is the key moment. The spacecraft has separated from the carrier rocket. Professor Yang, does that mean that Shenzhou-17 is now in its predetermined orbit?
We will have some checking whether the orbital parameters is accurate enough. Only in these circumstances we can announce it is a successful launch. Moreover, there is also another 2 important steps. One is to that's the unfolding of the solar panels, and also the deployment of the high-gain antenna to the data relay satellite.
天路发现目标，宽波数。
So there you can see on the left is the Shenzhou-17 crew, right the Shenzhou-16 crew.
Yeah, they are watching the coverage.
Obviously, they're watching the coverage. They're watching what the Shenzhou-17 crew are faring, how they're doing, and they will meet each other in about 6.5 hours aboard the Tiangong space station.
So our Shenzhou-17 crew has already, all these 3 crew members have already entered the club of astronauts.
Absolutely, and they're flipping, look, the pens are floating again.
Yeah.
They're flipping through that handbook
They are just
again.
enjoying the 0G.
They're now able to enjoy after the more dangerous, the more risky
So,
part of
look,
the flight.
This is a video comes from the camera mounted on the propulsion module of our Shenzhou spaceship. So it can monitor the unfolding process of the solar panels.
Look at our beautiful blue planet.
Just above the Pacific Ocean.
Just above the Pacific Ocean.
The propulsion module will conduct several orbit maneuvers to chase its target, the Tiangong space station, and to accomplish the rendezvous and the docking. It will work all automatically.
Professor Yang, they don't have to do anything, right, at this point, but they're flipping through the handbook. What does that tell us?
No, they are, actually speaking, the 3 astronauts have very important role to monitor everything. So if
how do they monitor from
to check?
Inside
There are instruments and there are echoes of every parameter. Great.
Okay, those are their solar panels, right?
Yeah, unfolded.
Okay, the solar panels on the spacecraft have just unfolded, which indicates, well, primitive success of the launch.
Yes, yes. That's we on the propulsion module we have 2 solar wings and each have 4 panels.
We're hearing that the solar panels have deployed.
The previous voice comes from the astronauts because, as I mentioned, there are instruments to provide them all the critical parameters.
So they're able to see that the solar panels have deployed normally.
Not see with their eyes, but to see in the instruments,
the data.
the data.
So they were reporting back to their ground colleagues that based on the data they see in the instruments, the solar panels are working.
The SADA, or the Solar Array Drive Assembly, also work normal.
I think after they get out of the sight of the detection on the ground station, the astronauts will play a more active role in reporting data.
Don't worry. Just 2 minutes before, there is a voice mentioned that Tianlu connected, which means that the data link between our Shenzhou spaceship and Tianlian data relay satellite has not connected. So there will be a continuous connection.
Right, and civilians also. Yeah. Right.
Gentlemen, we are being watched by a lot of social media users. This exciting blast off is being live streamed on CGTN's YouTube channel. Many users are expressing their excitement in the comment section. Let me read a few. John Tatori says, wish everyone luck in space adventure, not just China. Any success for humanity is good. John, I agree with you. I think my guests agree with you also. And Han Tua says, we come in peace to the creatures and life in outer space, charity for all, and malice towards none. Well, if there is aliens and outer space life forms, they'd be very happy to hear that. I guess so. And Cam35MM says, humans are still in the primitive aspect of space travel. Chemical energy is used to get us out from Earth's gravity. Then it's about momentum and vector to meet up.
Very professional comment.
Yes.
And we're hearing from the Beijing Aerospace Control Center?
Yeah. And also some communication with the astronauts. Now you can see that they will open their face masks because it's already in orbit and very, very safe, not necessary to be closed by the face mask.
I mean, Professor Liu here, just the comments that I read to our viewers now, some of them mentioning that the purpose about space development is it's not about one country, it's not about just individual countries, it's for the greater good of the humanity. I do want to get your take and your thoughts, Professor Liu, on how China can make good on its promises to benefit the international community with whatever it finds with its manned space programs.
Well, technological advancement is really the precondition for us to reach there, however promise we can really deliver. And the other is really the economic prowess, because without really economic support, you don't get the right type of supply and you don't really motivate people, particularly on the commercial use of all that stuff. And third is what can be the deliverables from the outer space exploration, and do they really bring back the substantial stuff for scientific research and also for possibly the commercial use of it. So this is something that China has really delivered so far, and that really brings
just heard the announcement
excitement
that it's in orbit.
The commander in Beijing Flight Control Center just announced the orbital parameters of our Shenzhou spaceship. It's in a very good condition, and this is a good start for the rendezvous and docking procedure to our Tiangong space station.
Okay.
And it will connect to the front docking port of Tiangong space station.
Got it.
Because at this moment, the bottom docking port is attached to the Shenzhou-17 spaceship.
When we talk about international collaboration, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Professor Liu. What does that look like? The participation of foreign astronauts, that's what we can think of, but could international collaboration also include other aspects?
Well, in the initial phase, actually, simply the satisfaction of the people's curiosity and guesswork is something that's very useful by exploring the unknown.
Professors, let's hear from the
officials, experts, and comrades. Based on the flight data and report from Beijing Command and Control Center, the Long March 2 FY-17 carrier rocket has sent Shenzhou-17 manned spacecraft to the preset orbit. The solar panels have been unfolded successfully and are functioning well. I declare the launch of Shenzhou-17 mission a complete success. Thank you.
A complete success. A round of applause from everyone here who has worked tirelessly.
Yeah, that's quite a relief.
Mission. What a sigh of relief for everyone.
Right, for everyone that is involved.
For everyone watching, what a sigh of relief. What a beautiful moment. We look for that official announcement every time, and you can't really call it a success until it's official, and that's important for everyone. Now it's official. The Shenzhou-17 mission, the Shenzhou-17 launch has been a success. I'm joined here by Professors Yang Yuguang and Liu Baochen. Gentlemen, first of all, thank you so much for coming in and witnessing yet another glorious moment in China's manned space program. I do want to continue with you and talk a little bit about international collaboration, because for our global viewers watching, that's what matters, and that's what we can envision in the next chapters of this program. Professor Yang, I want to get you to talk a little bit also, in addition to Professor Liu's comments, about what future collaboration could look like beyond just the participation of foreign astronauts.
You know that I work for the International Astronautical Federation, and we host the International Astronautical Congress every year. Just before the Congress, we also have some events for the SGAC, the Space Generation Advisory Council, and also there are many events for the young professionals. And also, you know that today we not only have the young professionals from technicians and scholars, but also, you know, that there are some young astronaut candidates. So there are plenty, because they're so young and they have plenty of chance in the future for the flight missions. And you know, in the future, we can not only see the astronauts from other countries to visit China's Tiangong space station, but no, you know that just yesterday, Mr. Lin Xiqiang announced a very, very important information. You know that China has made its decision that we will walk on the moon before 2030. But after that, also, Mr. Lin Xiqiang yesterday, he mentioned that we welcome the foreign astronauts to go together with Earth to the moon. So we will see the scene that China's lunar lander can have two crew. So in the future, it is possible we can see that one Chinese astronaut and one foreign astronaut go together to walk on the moon. I believe that will be another very exciting moment for not only China, but also for all other countries. In fact, in international space community, as I work for the International Astronautical Federation, all of us, no exception, agree that we should work and cooperate together. And what our role is to enhancing, promoting these kind of cooperation. First things first, we should enhance our communication and understand each other, and bring more chances from the small technical details to very high level cooperation, some joint flight, joint missions to the outer space, and even work together on the moon. You see that for these kind of chances, we must first to make the young people have these kind of chances to communicate and then work together.
On the technology front, Professor, what do you think can be shared between China and other countries?
Well, I first talk about the conceptually. Actually, if you look at the vast universe and big cosmos, the human species is on a very small planet. It's an isolated one. So therefore, there is need for the solidarity and the integrity, and to share each other. Otherwise, we'd be laughed at, you know, as ants fighting with each other. And so, yes, on technical side, the materials we can really collect that really goes to the lab, as we have seen. That you know, what really is there to be discovered for the civil and peaceful use. So this is something that can definitely be arousing the fascination of all scientists that are interested in this area. And then, you know, for the young scientists to be trained, I think China has really, the Shenzhou-17 has done a great job by providing the basic knowledge, running the space classroom to the young kids. So because when they really build such sort of interest, we see new generations who are able to exceed the existing generations in really for the exploration and for science use. And also, as Professor Jiang has mentioned, the probably later on, it's not only the lovers for astronomy, but also those who can really get entertained in the space shuttle, and so like doing a bungee jump. And so and also that's also going to change many of those textbooks, be it physics, be it chemistry, and be it astronomy, in the current status quo, because after all, it is really the exploration of the uncharted area, uncharted knowledge that can really enrich the entire people. And of course, scientists and technicians, they are the one that's on the forefront.
I mean, the space lectures you mentioned, that's how you inspire a younger generation. That's how you inspire a future generation. A lot of the times we see young kids with a question and they state, I want to be an astronaut in the future. I want to be just like Yang Liwei in the future.
When we were actually very young, to be a pilot in the normal civil airplane was our dream. Now, being an astronaut is a dream for the younger generation.
I mean, what stopped you from becoming a pilot? You had that dream when you were little. What stopped you?
Well, when you have more information, and you can have more choices, and you see that what is the best fit for you.
Well, dreams do change, but some of them do follow through with those dreams. And let's again look at some of the comments here that we received. Peter Fong says, everything is glorious for China, the new pioneer of future space explorations. And as we've been telling you here on the program, China wishes to share those glorious moments and its achievements and accomplishments, its findings with the rest of the world. And we have Tamdin Futalk, who says, Chinese rocket scientists are amazing. Well, I agree with you. Not everyone can become a rocket scientist. That's what we often say, but those who do make it certainly are incredible. If you're watching CGTN special coverage of the launch of the Shenzhou-17 manned mission, if you're watching our live streaming on the CGTN app and our social media platforms, we have some of the comments that have come in. We'd like to read you some of those comments. Well, we covered some of these questions already. Let's see if we have a new question that we haven't covered. I think we covered everything. Including the one who asked why they're called taikonauts. Well, let's talk a little bit about expectation, because China has made its stance very clear that it will not pursue space hegemony. By saying that, Professor, how do you think this statement will be interpreted? Is there a consensus by the countries that are capable of space technology, that are capable of sending manned and unmanned missions into space, that space hegemony should never happen? Do you feel that there could be a race in space in the future?
No. I mentioned many times. The space race between the U.S. and the former Soviet Union, that era in 1960s and the 1970s last century. At that moment, because all the missions are politics driven, so after they achieve their goal, the project cannot be continued. So that's when the Apollo 11 landed on the moon and conducted the other 6 attempts to walk on the moon, and then the Apollo program has to be terminated. So this is a tragedy. You think that because it is politically driven. We know until this moment, China is still a developing country, and we only have a limited budget on our space programs, especially on the manned space program. So the efficiency is what we want most. That is reason why we designed this kind of space station to consider the efficiency as the most important figure we consider about. So our space station has 25 racks, although the whole station is much smaller than the International Space Station, even smaller than 21% of the International Space Station, but still it can do a lot of scientific research works. And because you know that we don't compete with any other country, it's meaningless for us. We just develop this high technology to promote the industry, to promote the technologies of China, and also, as we've discussed, to encourage young people to join this kind of field, maybe not necessarily the space field, but the high technology field. So it will not only benefit the Chinese people, as you have already talked about the people on the internet. So maybe some foreign people, young people, are also encouraged by these kind of activities. So that shows the importance of these activities. None of it is related to any competition. So in the future, I believe that cooperation will be more important. You know that there is a feature that for instance, for manned activities, it need a lot of investment, and also the whole procedure is very long. So the international cooperation between different countries will benefit not only each side, but also can reduce the threshold for the investment.
But I'm not really as optimistic, because one is that the rivalry is already there for who is really there to make the rules over there, because the U.S. brought up the de minimis, the practical, and China and Russia are not really there to abide by it. And the United Nations have brought up the no claim of territory in outer space. That's supported, but for non-commercial development, and that's not really supported by all big nations.
Okay, it's good. There's something you disagree on. Let's keep talking. But gentlemen, I appreciate you coming in and talking to us today. Thank you so much for your participation.
Hello and welcome to this special live session for the Shenzhou-17 launch mission, live on CGTN Digital. I'm Jiuquan Satellite. The Shenzhou-17 spacecraft with 3 of China's astronauts, or taikonauts, has just blasted off. And in a few hours, they will dock with our space mission and meet their friends, the Shenzhou-16 crew. This is the 3rd in-orbit handover after the completion of China's space station at the end of last year. And while these space meetup will be exciting for the taikonauts, seeing another manned space mission is even more exciting for us, especially if we can see the launch in person. Now, I haven't had the opportunity to go to the launch site myself, but my colleague Zheng Yibing has been on the front line many times. So in a few minutes, or in the next half an hour, we're going to bring him in and let him share with us some of the exclusive behind-the-scenes stories from the launches he's been to. But before that, let's take a few minutes to review the launch mission. And as we know that this morning, the 3 taikonauts had a send-off ceremony. Each time the taikonauts would enjoy a send-off ceremony. And it happened this morning at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in northwest China.
All right, gentlemen, let's turn to the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center for now. The send-off ceremony is starting. We see the 3 taikonauts that will be embarking on this incredible journey. They're the Shenzhou-17 crew members. Now, a send-off ceremony is being held in their honor to send them off. And this is the Wentian Pavilion, and people are gathering at what is being known as the Yuanmengyuan Square to send off the Shenzhou-17 crew. You can feel that excitement, that warmth there at Yuanmengyuan, where people have gathered to send the taikonauts off. We're talking about primary school students, we're talking about residents of Jiuquan, their colleagues, their family, among the people sending them off.
Comrade Commander-in-Chief, we are following the order to carry out Shenzhou-17 manned space flight mission. Now we are ready to go. Please indicate. Member of PLA Astronaut Corps, Taikonaut Tang Hongbo, Taikonaut Tang Shengjie, Taikonaut Jiang Xinlin. Proceed. Yes. Salute.
And the send-off ceremony continues. The taikonauts will now take a shuttle to the launch pad near the square. We'll be following every step of the way and bring you the latest on this mission to you. As we continue to monitor the send-off ceremony, here is a little bit more information about who these three taikonauts are and what we do know about them. The three taikonauts were announced on Wednesday, actually. They are Tang Hongbo, Tang Shengjie, and Jiang Xinlin. They are the youngest crew, as you would recall, our reporter told us just now. 48-year-old Tang Hongbo, well, he's the oldest of the crew. He's the commander of the Shenzhou-17 mission. He joined the People's Liberation Army Air Force back in 1995. Tang's first journey into space was in 2021 on the Shenzhou-12 mission as a crew member, and this time he will be the commander. The Shenzhou-12 was the first manned mission among the 11 launches to build China's Tiangong space station. It will be Tang Shengjie and Jiang Xinlin's first time in space. Both are young, aspiring astronauts. You can see them waving to the crowd there as they prepare to board that shuttle that will take them to the launch tower. It's a beautiful day there in Jiuquan. 34-year-old Tang was once a fighter pilot. He graduated from China's Aviation University of Air Force in 2012. Tang was selected as a taikonaut only 3 years ago. And 35-year-old Jiang Xinlin was also selected as a taikonaut in 2020. And before that, he was professional tank driver and fighter pilot. During his 10-year flying career, Jiang was awarded as a first-class pilot with safety flights reaching over 1,000 hours. Now the three taikonauts are boarding that shuttle that will take them to the launch tower. We'll be following their trip every step of the way. We'll be able to see the route. They will be escorted by a motorcade. All of them waving happily to the camera, looking calm, cool, and collected. I remember Mr. Tang, the commander, said in an interview that he was feeling very calm because everything that he trained for had prepared him for this moment, so he was calm.
All right, welcome back. For those of you who just joined, this is the special live session for the Shenzhou-17 launch ceremony, live on CGTN Digital. And we just reviewed the send-off ceremony that happened this morning at 8 a.m. at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in Northwest China. And that was a really heartwarming and really exciting ceremony for the taikonauts. And again, the Shenzhou-17 crew, the Shenzhou-17 trio, including Commander Tang Hongbo and Tang Shengjie and Jiang Xinlin, they were officially sent off at 8:26 a.m. and the Shenzhou-17 spaceship was launched at around 11:14 a.m. this morning. Now, as they are on their journey to the space station, to China's space station, the Shenzhou-16 crew has been working and has been preparing for welcoming them. They've been working and living in orbit for about 5 months and is preparing for the upcoming Shenzhou-17 trail. Now I'd like to take this time to introduce you more about this trail, our Shenzhou-17 crew. So our technonauts Tang Hongbo, Tang Shengjie, and Jiang Xinlin will carry out the Shenzhou-17 manned space mission to China's space station. And as we mentioned, Tang Hongbo will be the commander. The trail, this is something very interesting about this trail, including the 48-year-old Commander Tang and 2 operators at their early 30s. That marks them the youngest technonauts in terms of their average age since the launch of China's space station construction mission. It is also the first time that the spaceflight team consists of 1 veteran from China's second batch of astronauts and 2 space rookies from the third batch of astronauts. Yes, so now let's take a look at the commander first, Tang Hongbo. Do we have we should supposedly have a single image for Tang, but we can also take a look at this, the picture of 3 of them. Tang was born in October 1975, and he joined the People's Liberation Army of Air Force in 1995. Oh, that was when I was born. And he was selected as a member of the second batch of Chinese astronauts in 2010. He had his first flight to space with the Shenzhou-12 mission in June 2021. It was also China's first crewed mission during the space station's construction period. And he also received a third-class medal and the honorary title of Heroic Astronaut in November 2021. Now, another thing very exciting for him is that as the commander of the Shenzhou-17 mission, Tang will be the first astronaut to return to China's space station, setting a new record for the shortest interval between the 2 spaceflight missions by Chinese astronauts. But don't worry for his health conditions. He's, from what I learned this morning, he's been well recovered and his conditions is very okay for this next mission. And next we have the rookies, Tang Shengjie. First is Tang Shengjie. Tang, the pilot turned astronaut Tang Shengjie, will have his first space flight for the Shenzhou-17 mission. He is 34 years old, and he was a former fighter pilot who graduated from China's Aviation University of Air Force in 2012. He was elected to the third batch of astronauts in 2020. And he said that he was fully prepared physically and mentally and confident to complete this upcoming mission. Actually, he can't wait to carry out the mission. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's something for someone who's having the first flight to space would say. And also, we have another first-time flyer, Jiang Xinlin. He is 35 years old, was also a veteran pilot, but he was a professional tank driver and a fighter pilot before he was selected as with the third batch of astronauts in 2020. And during his 10-year flying career, he was recognized as a first-class pilot and had a safe flights record of over 1,000 hours. That's something really tremendous for him. And the 3 of them have been trained together for over a year before this mission, before this time, and they will again live together for the next following 5 to 6 months in space. I'm pretty sure they'll get along well. Well, And for those of you who just joined us, this is the special session for China's Shenzhou-17 space mission, live on CGTN Digital. And I just have some comments from our viewers. From YouTuber Lam K, the next technonauts should come from the southern region of China. Looking at the present names, most are from the central and northern region, and I'm sure that there are capable candidates from the south for sure. Yes, and as we know that China has been recruiting more technonauts. Like we are in the process of recruiting the fourth batch. And I'm sure we'll have a more diversified profile of technonauts. Okay, that's a little introduction on the trail this time. And well, yeah, like as I said, this is the youngest crew ever. But if you have any concern for their capabilities, I've asked my friend Yang Yuguang who is the vice chairman of the transportation committee at the International Astronautical Federation. And he has the answers to your concern. Let's take a look.
You may notice from the news release and the press conference of the astronauts, the Shenzhou-17 crew with the media, we can see that all these three crew members, either Mr. Tang Hongbo or the other new recruitment, are very calm and very full of confidence. So I think that this time it is the youngest crew ever in China among its 12 manned missions today and before. But I think this is a very, very hopeful choice for our future. You know that in every flight mission, to ensure the safety and the success of the mission, it is very, very important every time we have an veteran involved. Because you know that when we have a veteran, his or her experience during the previous mission will be very, very important for him or her, especially during the abnormal case. So Tang Hongbo is well experienced, and I believe that he is the most important choice for us to ensure the safety and also the success of this very challenging Shenzhou-17 mission. But to have new recruitment, especially these two new guys, is also very, very important for us. You see that usually during the whole life career of an astronaut, he or she may have the chance to conduct maybe 2 or 3 missions during the whole lifespan. But you know that if he or she can conduct the first mission when he or she is very, very young, it is very hopefully that he or she can have more missions in the future. So this is also very important for the Chinese aerospace. We've already have an astronaut team from the first batch to this third batch of astronauts. But you know that the first batch astronaut, the 14 astronauts were all chosen from those born in 1960s. So they were already relatively old comparing with the second and third batch. So in the future, I believe that in the next 10 years, the second batch will play a very, very important role in our flight missions. But if we can have give more chances to our third batch astronauts, because you know that we have 14 astronauts in the third batch, and 7 of them are pilots, 7 of them are flight engineers, and 4 of them are payload experts. So we hope that as many of these astronauts from the third batch can come into veterans, and it will be very helpful for us. So in the future, we can have more choices. More important thing is that you know that this year is the 20 years anniversary of the first flight mission. Our hero, Mr. Yang Liwei, fulfilled the Chinese Millennium Dream to go to outer space. But Mr. Yang Liwei, during the interview this year, he also mentioned an important information that in the future, in our manned program to the moon, any astronaut chosen to these missions must have the experience to visit China's Tiangong space station. So this is a very important criteria for the future. So you can see that today's choice also will possibly benefit our future missions. You know that the manned missions to the moon will be very, very complex and also very, very risky. So we believe that in future, from the second and the third batch, we can have more veterans, and even some of them will, before the moon mission, maybe they can have even 2 or 3 missions to the Tiangong space station. I think they will be very, very helpful for the future.
All right. Yes, there is a lot to expect from this mission from the Shenzhou-17 mission and also to China's future missions to the space, including our mission to the moon. Now, for those of you who joined us, this is the special live session for Shenzhou-17, the launch of Shenzhou-17, live on CGTN Digital. I'm Zhao Chenchen. Now, let me read out some of the comments from our viewers on YouTube. Congratulations to the China space mission, or to the technonauts, to our technonauts. And with everyone luck in the space venture, not just China, any success for humanity is good. That is truly indeed a very manifold comment. Yes, the space exploration is for all mankind, and we must collaborate together on this. And also from YouTube, it is wonderful that they must take supplements like D3 and calcium. Yes, I bet they have well, from what I learned is that they have a nutritionist dedicated to take care of all the living conditions and their health conditions for the technonauts. Well, but we sure will take notes on your questions and consult our expert in the future. Okay, so about the Shenzhou-17 mission. The Shenzhou-17 mission is the 30th flight mission and the 12th manned mission of China's manned space program. And as Yao Yuguang just mentioned, China was celebrating, it's been 20 years. During the past 20 years, China had 12 manned space missions, among which 6 were conducted for the China space station. And that all happened in the past 3 years, which brought down to an average of 2 missions per year. But coming back to the Shenzhou-17 mission, as I said, there is a lot to expect from this time. The crew will stay in orbit for about 6 months and are scheduled to return to the Dongfeng landing site in the Gobi Desert in North China's Inner Mongolia next April. During their stay, the crew will rotate with the Shenzhou-16 technonauts, who are scheduled to return to Earth on October 31st. So yeah, they are coming back. The Shenzhou-16 crew is coming back very soon. Now, the Shenzhou-17 crew will conduct a series of tasks in orbit, including extravehicular activities and installing extravehicular payloads, undertaking some space station maintenance, and other tasks. Yeah, these maintenance are very important, although and are considered very challenging tasks as well. That's referring to their extravehicular experimental maintenance. They are doing this for the first time because, I mean, we know that the China space station is operating in orbit in good condition, and it is designed for a period of 10 to 15 years, and maintenance is truly crucial during this period. And we know that there are many debris in space. So our space station is constantly challenged by these debris, and having maintenance, especially on the solar rays, are very important. The crew will also continue to assess the functioning and performance of the space station. They will test the condition, the coordination and compatibility of ground support centers in performing space station operation and management tasks to further enhance the operation efficiency and the fault correction capability of the space station. And with the arrival of Shenzhou-17 manned spacecraft, the space station will expand to a configuration of 3 modules and 3 spaceships. The Shenzhou-17 crew will welcome the visit and docking of the Tianzhou-7 cargo spacecraft and the Shenzhou-18 manned spacecraft during their mission. That will happen next year. And a little note on this, on our cargo ship, is that normally a new cargo ship would be launched before the new manned space mission. For example, Tianzhou-5 was launched before the Shenzhou-16 crew. But this time, there was no more new on Tianzhou cargo spaceship because our Tianzhou cargo ship is also optimized to bring more stuffs and cargo with one launch, so we don't need to waste another launch for just bringing cargoes to the space station. Now, as we said, with the coming of Shenzhou-17 spaceship, China's space station will expand to a combination of 3 modules and 3 spaceships. And the country is also planning on launching an extension module at an appropriate time in the future and upgrade the basic configuration of space station from the current T shape to a cross shape. That's what we learned from yesterday's press conference. The space station facilities and equipment related to astronauts in orbit, protection and exercise and diet and hygiene will also be upgraded. So I bet life up there, up in orbit, would be a lot more fun, and they will live more comfortably in orbit. China is also planning on launching a space survey telescope to stay in the same orbit as the space station for a wide field space observation. And another thing that's really exciting is that we are ready to welcome some foreign astronauts. Also learned from yesterday's press conference is that China is officially extending invitation to the world and welcome all the countries and regions who wants to join China's space station, and also for joining the country's moon landing mission. Now, that's a little recap on Shenzhou-17 mission, but of course, we know that China's space station will conduct a lot of experiments, and I have a video from my colleague Wu Lei, who can tell us more about what to expect on the experiments that's gonna be conducted during the Shenzhou-17 mission. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, we are now in some labs at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. Besides 3 technonauts, Shenzhou-17 spaceship also carries some biological samples and facilities to outer space. Look, scientists from Chinese Academy of Science and Northwestern Polytechnical University are making the final preparations of these samples. Cao Huaixing is in charge of some protein samples, among which the nano-artificial bone material attracts me most. He said nowadays doctors use stainless steel or titanium alloy to repair broken bones. While the blood and body liquid may corrode these materials as time goes by, scientists are now developing new materials to offer better treatment.
最新一代这种叫可降解的人造骨骼，那比方说我们用这个羟基磷酸钙和胶原蛋白，我们这里面呢具体是用的胶原多肽，就是非常短的胶原蛋白。那么这2样东西呢是咱们自己骨骼里边最主要的两样成分，所以我们用的就是骨骼天然成分这种材料。 所以选这个纳米级人造骨骼到空间去，尝试制备。
The microgravity environment and space radiation environment will enable the samples to be manipulated into the right shape much easier. Tang said most of these protein samples will be brought to the Wentian lab module for further experiments.
一方面可以揭示这个一些疾病的这个发生过程，为将来疾病的治疗，那么奠定基础，提供一些基础知识。 另外一方面呢，就是我们就是瞄准的这个生物技术产品的开发。生物技术产品开发呢，你像新药是吧？咱们这种生物类的药物，还像我们骨骼修复的这个材料，这个我们新材料。
Most of the samples will be brought back to Earth along with the Shenzhou-17's return to Earth around 6 months later, and scientists will continue further experiments and try to apply these new materials in new medicines and treatments for patients as early as possible.
本次安排上行的有包括蛋白质、多肽、核酸、药物等5种实验样品，参加在轨实验。 参研单位包括中国科学院牵头的11家单位。
Tang Hongbo says it used to take several years to gain approval to conduct an experiment in space. Now the time frame for approval will be much shorter.
咱们现在空间站建成以后的话，这个每年2艘载人船，
机会就多
2年3艘货船，那机会就比过去要多得多了。
After China's space station becomes fully functional, more domestic and global space experiments will be carried out in the National Space Lab.
Wow, so that's a lot of experiments will be conducted at our space lab at China's space station in 400 kilometers above us. Well, for those of you who just joined, this is a special session for China's Shenzhou-17 launch mission live on CGTN, and I'm Zhao Chenchen. So as the three member of Shenzhou-17 crew is heading to our space station, China is also celebrating its 20th anniversary for launching its first ever taikonaut. And as this anniversary is celebrated, the country is pushing ahead with plans for more ambitious goals. How has the 20 years been, and what are some of the new goals? Let's take a look.
20 years ago, on October 15, 2003, it was the starting point of a historic journey for China's first man in space, Yang Liwei.
7、6、5、4、3、2、1，点火！
这个过程实际上都很难忘，包括我的。
Every moment has been unforgettable, including the tremors felt during liftoff, the first ray of sunlight seen through the porthole, and the weightlessness experienced when the rocket and spacecraft separated, the moment I truly entered space.
Make use of the outer space peacefully and benefit of humankind.
The historic journey took place in China's signature Shenzhou spaceship.
I accepted the assignment with the promise to Yang Liwei that he would return safely. It was a momentous responsibility. I was confident in this assurance because of the thorough ground testing we had conducted.
Since the groundbreaking journey, China has made huge strides in space exploration. The Shenzhou-17 mission is the second manned mission since China's space station entered long-term operation.
In the near future, we will continue to enhance our space station. Our plans include sending taikonauts to the moon and further exploration of the universe, including a closer examination of our solar system.
China has said it would land taikonauts on the moon before 2030, and Yang recently revealed that these moon-landing taikonauts will be selected from individuals with prior space flight experience. And until then, all taikonauts who are starting their space missions will start their journeys from here, just as Yang Liwei did 20 years ago.
Wow, that's truly a tremendous 20 years we've been through. I mean, I clearly remember the first time I was watching TV and looking at our taikonaut Yang Liwei was in space for the first time ever. I still remember that moment vividly. I was sitting in the living room and watching TV with my parents. Well, this is a special live session for China's Shenzhou-17 launch mission live on CGTN Digital. And for those of you who are joining us, I can see that a lot of you are very curious about our taikonauts. Someone was asking about taikonaut Tang Hongbo, about what's the meaning of his name, right? Well, if you want to learn more about our taikonauts, you can go to our website, and we have a full coverage on the 3 taikonauts for the Shenzhou-17 crew. And also, thank you for giving a thumb up for China's space mission, and also for all human space mission. Someone said that humans are still, and I'm reading out, humans are still in the primitive aspect of space travel. Chemical energy is used to get us out from Earth's gravity. Then it's about momentum and vector to meet up. Yes, those are some truly tremendous engineerings that a lot of scientists and engineers have been doing during the past decades. Now, another of our viewers asked, do you guys come home on the same ship that brought them up? Yes. They, as you can see from our videos, that they were actually sitting in their return capsule during the launch. And that was also the capsule that will bring them back. And actually, we can learn more from our reporters who are at the front line, and he had a really full coverage of what was happening before the launch this morning. And we can take a look for Wulei's coverage. Or maybe we are encountering tiny technical issues, but we'll surely bring his video in a bit. And I think also thank you for who are giving a thumb up to Chinese rocket scientists are amazing. Thank you for saying that. And someone also asked, will the station be replaced by 2026 or be expanded with new capabilities? Thank you for your question. I'll take note on that, and I think both could happen, but I can't say for sure, but we'll surely consult with our expert on that. But China's space station for the current configuration is designed for a lifetime of 10 to 15 years. And as we just mentioned, we've been conducting a lot of maintenance work on our space station as well. And yeah, so which the maintenance work will be carried out during this Shenzhou-17 mission as well. Now, a little recap on the Shenzhou-17 mission was that the Shenzhou-17 crew was launched this morning from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in northwest China. And it was just announced a success launch. Now, if we're ready to bring in the videos on our reporters' coverage on the front line, we can take a look at what was happening before the launch this morning.
This is a Wentiange apartment compound at Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, where Chinese astronauts or tachnauts live and work before entering space. And now this wall displays the portraits of all the tachnauts from Shenzhou-5 to Shenzhou-16. A total of 18 tachnauts have been sent into space to carry out space missions. Every time when I come to the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, it is quite emotional to see more and more portraits on the wall. It seems the space won't be enough very soon. After 30 years of development, these tachnauts have successfully completed various experiments and the construction of the Chinese space station. Among the factors, opening up and cooperation were playing a bigger role for China's human space flight programs, offering more wisdom and solutions to the international space exploration. China's space station will be in low Earth orbit for more than 10 years and is open to all United Nations member states. In the past few years, I have had the privilege to witness many tachnauts entering space from here. This year, I interviewed 2 tachnauts face-to-face, and in October at the International Astronautical Congress, the world's largest aerospace event held in Azerbaijan, I participated in some international forums and talked with leaders of different countries' space agencies and organizations. The international community has paid increasing attention to China's human space flight and deep space exploration missions. China Manned Space Agency has reiterated that China welcomes astronauts and scientists from all over the world to work and live on the space station. China's selection of tachnauts is also open to all positions, not only pilots, but also doctors, engineers, and payload experts we have the opportunity to work on the Chinese space station. Starting from Shenzhou-17 crew, we have seen non-pilot technonauts. And don't forget our Shenzhou-16 crew member Gui Haichao, who is a payload expert and a university teacher wearing glasses. The Chinese space station will continue to add new modules in the future. China will also launch an optical cabin, the Xuntian telescope. Currently, 9 projects selected from 17 countries have become the first batch of projects for scientific experiments on the China space station. Before 2030, China also plans to implement a human space flight mission to the moon. China aims to work with international partners to build and operate an international lunar research station and explore lunar resources. Looking ahead, Chinese scientists, technonauts, and engineers will continue to expand the cooperation with scientists around the world to jointly explore the mystery of the universe and serve the progress of human civilization. The Shenzhou-17 crew just met the press and answered some questions, and I got one of the opportunities to ask technonaut Jiang Xinlin, and I asked him how he prepared his mission and what his duty will be aboard the Chinese space station. And he said that he has prepared a long time for this Shenzhou-17 mission, and he's ready, and he will work closely with technonauts Shengjie and Commander Tang Hongbo, finish a lot of spacewalk and other space experiments, and they will stay in space for 6 months. The Long March 2F carrier rocket will be launched at 11:14 a.m. Beijing time Thursday from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. And there will be a rotation of these technonauts, Shenzhou-16 crew and Shenzhou-17 crew. The authorities from China's manned space agency has extended the invitation to global astronauts and scientists. All global astronauts and scientists are welcome to live and work in China's space station. And a lot of global partners, including Russia, South Africa, and also Azerbaijan, have signed the Memorandum of Understandings with China Manned Space Agency. And in the next few years, we see China will work closely with other global partners to build this international lunar research station. So there are a lot of human space flight missions and other deep space explorations are expected over the next few years or decades. Let's wish the Shenzhou-17 crew a very successful launch. For the Shenzhou-16 crew, wish them a very safe return back to Earth.
First, Tiangong is now fully operational, and I think there's more to come on this station as well, as it really starts to gain some momentum in space. And so a platform in LEO for sure, because I think the moon will be the next focus for the entire world, but China as well. How do we go to the moon? How do we learn how to live on the lunar surface? How do we use the resources of the lunar surface? These are going to be really the primary elements of learning how to live and work in outer space. It's wonderful to see that new focus from all these nations, from particularly some of the largest populations on Earth focused on space.
See, we have seen the growth of China in space sector is really tremendous. I think you are giving a lot of push to create the required infrastructure in terms of technology capability, in terms of building new systems and launching new missions. I think this shows your directions are very forward-looking, and I am very appreciative of that part of the work that you are doing. And it also goes with the long-term vision that you have created for the space sector.
Why not? This is also a possibility, but sending an astronaut is a possibility. But before that, we can give some experiments to be realized, to be done in Tiangong space station. And because in ISS we will hold 13 experiments, our astronaut, but that's not all. We have many more. So when we find the opportunity, why not? We can also do it in together with CNSA in the space station.
All right, that was Wu Lei from who was bringing us the comments from the international space experts. And Welcome back to this very special session for Shenzhou-17 launch mission live on CGTN Digital. Next, we are going to have a quick wrap-up from today's send-off ceremony to the launch session that just happened in less than an hour ago. Let's take a look. And yeah, let me also take this opportunity to have a recap of what was happening this morning as I was busy preparing for this live. So yeah, I can't wait to take a review of this morning's launch.
方面执行神舟17号载人飞行任务准备完毕，请指示出发。是。决定。
航天员感觉良好，完毕。
我宣布，神舟17号发射任务取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
方面执行神舟17号载人飞行任务准备完毕，请指示出发。是。决定。
航天员感觉良好，完毕。
我宣布，神舟17号发射任务取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Okay, Welcome to this very special session for China's Shenzhou-17 launch mission live on CGTN Digital. I'm Zhao Chen, and I am finally joined by our colleague Zheng Yibing. Welcome, Yibing. Welcome to join us.
Good to see you, Chen.
How are you feeling right now? Where are you right now? It
Yeah,
looks
in
very
the
cinematic
Beijing.
behind you.
Yes, this is in the park in the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. This place is really beautiful. And just behind me, you can notice that the golden autumn is coming here. It's so beautiful.
Yes, yes. And I learned that you've covered for multiple launch missions before. You were at the front line, but this time you are at a different location. Where are you right now exactly?
Yes, I'm just in the Beijing Aerospace Control Center, in the northwestern part of Beijing. Well, this place is usually called the Aerospace City here in the Chinese capital.
Hmm. And yeah, as we know that this is the third, or the third handover, in orbit handover for China's space station, and also the third
Yes.
manned launch mission after, or the second, it depends on how you consider it. So, I mean, in theory, everything should be a standard by now. But how do you feel when you were watching the launch at the control center?
Yes, it's a totally different experience because in the past I was usually at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center or the Dongfeng landing sites or the Wenchang spacecraft launch site in southern China. So both launching places here for China's manned space program. Well, I usually was amazed by the liftoff moments of the carrier rockets and the spacecraft for manned missions for China's space station. But this time, the experience is totally different because at the Aerospace Control Center, everything is different because on the big screen, we can see the whole process, the smooth progress of the whole launch process from the liftoff moment of this Shenzhou-17 spacecraft on top of the carrier rocket Long March 2F. And then the competition flew over northern part of China and then began to flow over the Pacific Ocean. So everything was happening based on the preset time. For example, the separation of the boosters from the carrier rocket and the carrier rocket from the spacecraft all happened based on the operated range time. The precision of this process really amazed me.
So yeah, the control center is truly the brain of everything that's happening we see. Is that correct?
Yes, definitely.
Wow. Well, before we go to our next question, we have a lot of viewers who are like asking a lot of questions when they are watching our live. They want to know the estimated time for the spaceship to dock with our space station. In my, I remember that we adopt this fast rendezvous and docking technique that will take them around 6 to 7 hours. Is that correct? You are the expert. Tell us more about it.
Well, we have the different time for the docking from the early years of this manned space missions. They would take about much longer time, 10 hours or even a whole day. But after such development here, usually they would have the 6.5 hours to dock with the Tianhe core module of China's space station. And before this mission, we heard from the China Manned Space Program, China Space Agency, that this time the docking rendezvous and docking process would have taken about 6.5 hours. So that's the estimated time. And based on the current running and operation of the Shenzhou-17 spacecraft in preset orbit, everything is happening based on the schedule.
Good. That's good. Even I'm curious, how many years you've been covering for China's manned space missions or China's?
Well, it's been many years. I've been following the launch events and the China space program, especially the manned space program, even when I was very little. But during the past 2 years, these past 2 years were really fabulous for me because I participated in almost all, in fact, all manned space program for building China space station and including this year's 3 launch missions for and after the China Space Station entered its application and development stage. So on the May 30th, I participated into the Shenzhou-17 launch mission, and just a few days later, about the arrival or the return of the Shenzhou-15 mission, and this time it's the Shenzhou-17 mission. This time I choose to work here at the China at the Beijing Aerospace Control Center because it's a totally different experience for me.
Yeah,
And
yeah, tell
also
us more.
something I want to share with you. Besides these 2 missions this year, in early May, there was a Tianzhou-6 cargo ship launch mission from southern China, not exactly like the northwestern part of China, for example, the Gobi Desert, the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. The Tianzhou cargo ship was usually launched from the Hainan Island in southern part of China. There is a launch site which is called the Wenchang spacecraft launch site. So I also participated into that event.
Mm-hmm. And but for the Tianzhou-6, you were at a different. It was at a different launch site. Is that correct?
Yes, this is much different because I want to give you 2 examples because these 2 launch sites are far away from each other. Because in southern part of China, people usually eat rice, so we eat rice noodles there, and we have
Oh, like
a very
before the
special
launch session,
pudding.
before the launch mission, you eat rice noodles?
Yes, the rice noodles because that is very popular in southern China, and we also
Uh-huh.
eat a pudding, a very special pudding. We we temporarily just use the
Why?
English word pudding to describe it because we can have many fruits and nuts and so many delicious ingredients into that pudding. And this is also the celebration before the launch mission in southern part of China in Wenchang. And
Wow.
in Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, we have the very different one because in northern part of China, especially in the northwestern part of China, we uh, usually do not eat rice. We eat the wheat. So the noodle, the typical noodle, is very popular there, and the beef noodle is also popular. Besides these 2 things, the differences between these things, people always eat the baozi or the
Baozi, yes, that's what I
dumplings.
heard. Right.
Yes,
It
it
stands for
means success.
exactly. Wow, you're
Yes.
making me mouth watering as it's almost, I mean, we're already past lunch time, but I do want to keep you for a bit more. Let's
Okay.
touch a bit more on our astronauts. Before you joined, we had I would say arguably a very comprehensive recap of this trail, but now I wonder, you've seen a lot of you've said tough like a lot of our um, crew of our technauts. What about this time? What do you think of this trail? They are the youngest of astronauts in history. What do you
They are
think?
the youngest. They are the youngest. Because we actually noticed the commander Tang Hongbo in the Shenzhou-12 mission. Well, during that period, he actually proceeded successfully about his mission, and this time he became the commander. And everything is so different because he belongs to the second cohort or the second generation of Chinese taikonauts or astronauts. And this time, he begins to lead the 3rd generation or 3rd cohort of Chinese taikonauts. So this is very special, and he's a very first person come back to the China Space Station in a very short interval. So
That's
this is
right.
really, really important, and he's really brave and he's really ambitious and they carry on this very difficult job and at a very limited time. So he's very, very impressive. And to the other taikonauts, I also think they are the forefront of the 3rd generation, the 3rd cohort. Um, they also impressed me a lot, especially during the press conference at Jiuquan. One of the Takanov said, this is first time. This is also representing the another generation of the astronauts. So my duty is heavy. I want to carry it well. It's also very impressive.
Yes, yes. Do you have a favorite? Do you want to pick your favorite astronaut?
Yeah, during this trail, I prefer Tang Hongbo because just a year ago, not a year ago, after around the completion of China space station, I had an interview with him, and I saw him talking to people about the feeling of drinking water in space, because that water is recycled water from
Right.
the daily use. I couldn't say that so much details. And
But
during
we
that
all
process, he
know that
talked
it's all
to us.
recycled.
Yes, yes, he talked to us smilingly, and as if everything is so simple. But deep in heart, we know that everything in space is not so easy. So he's one of my idols.
Good, awesome, awesome. Well, I do think that the two first flyers, Tang Junjie and Jiang Linxin, right? Am I right on that on his name? Yes, they are very handsome. So they are my favorite pick this time. But
Yes.
yeah, and I do look forward for their first time in China Space Station. Well, it's been 20 years since China's first manned space mission. Um, how old were you when our first taikonaut was in space? Like when
Uh,
we were.
at that time I was actually in school still. I watched the programs through China Central Television, just the place I'm working right now, the China Media Group.
Okay.
So from the very early days, when I have the dream that one day I know that I couldn't become an astronaut because I'm wearing the glasses.
Well,
So,
now you
but
could.
I hope that one day maybe in the future, because who knows? For example, for the Shenzhou-16 trail,
Yeah.
Professor Gui Hao from the Beijing Aerospace University, Beihang University, he's also wearing the glasses. He's a
Yes.
special payload expert, and also the first one to aboard the China space station. So when I'm talking with the Huang Weifeng, the chief designer of Taikonaut system or the Chinese astronaut system, she told me that if you have the dream, one day, who knows, it would become the reality. So from the very early beginning, when I was a student, when I had the dream to go to the launch site to see, and actually right now I become a reporter, have been covering this subject and participated in
Many
rounds
times.
of the launch events so many times. So I
Yes.
got really excited. So someone would talk to me saying, uh, would you be bored because every launch exactly the same? For example, during the application and development stage of China space station. But for me, every time is unique. So today, when I'm standing here at a position of my colleague Sun, because she usually stands here at the Beijing Air Space Station, and when I'm standing here watching the big screen and and seeing the Beijing copy, because the people here are called the Beijing copy because they say Beijing 明白 every time when they coordinate to talk to the different working assistants at the
Sites.
launch mission.
Yeah.
So the feeling is really different.
Well, I'm sure, yeah, that was very lucky of you to have the opportunities to cover for so many launch, and also you're now at the control center, and you are having a unique experience every time. I mean, I remember when I was little, and I just found this diary that I found a couple months ago that I actually had a diary. I kept a journal when I was watching the uh, Shenzhou-7 mission in 2008. And that mission was with Zhai Zhigang, Liu Boning, and Jing Haipeng, who's all been to the up to the space again, some of them. And Zhai was conducting his first ever China's first ever extravehicular activity, and I saw on my diary that I kept a note of what was an EVA and what was a spacecraft. And I was only in grade. I was in primary school at that time. So, yeah, I feel like I had this very special connection with China's space mission since little. And now I'm also becoming a reporter. And even though I don't have the opportunity to go to the front line, but I do do
Yes, well,
a
I
lot
hope
of
that we in the future we
planners
can
on
work
this.
closely at the front line to report alongside all other places for the China Manned Space Program.
Definitely. I definitely look forward to that. And I also dream of boarding our space station as well. But I'm sure we need to go through a lot of trainings and maybe years of exercise.
Yeah, you
Now,
mentioned about the Jing Haipeng. Actually,
mhm,
for the Shenzhou-16 mission, Jing Haipeng, uh, but he actually went back to the China Space Station and for the manned space program. He actually told us during the press conference, well, in May, end of the May, before the Shenzhou-16 mission, that he said, although I'm kind of old because he belongs to the first cohort, the first generation of Chinese taikwanauts. He said, although I'm kind of old, but I would never give up, and I will continue my effort because every day I would do 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 different exercises. So for him, even he is at his age of the 50s, he's still pushing himself so hard. So for us, I think we can have the opportunity, but we need to work hard.
yes, I need to push myself a little bit harder on exercising. Now, well, thank you for sharing that. And well, let's come back to the Shenzhou-17 mission. What do you expect from this mission?
Well, the Shenzhou-17 mission, now the crew and also the Shenzhou-17 spacecraft is on its way to China Space Station. Is already in a mode of rendezvous and docking. The three members, including the commander Tang Hongbo, they are reading their instruction books on their knees and began to have the I'll have the chance to enter the China Space Station, I mean the core module of China Space Station. They will be welcomed there, and they will take over the post, the tasks from the Shenzhou-16 crew, and they will stay in China Space Station for about 4 to 5 days. And after that, we know the procedure is exactly the same. They would install the science experiment equipment. They would work closely with people on the ground on the science experiments through the experimental cabinets, and also in that including the microgravity the experiments, and also they would conduct a very special or the new job, that is a repairing job outside the China Space Station during their EVA, just like you said, extravehicular activity. So this is really brand new task.
That's right. And yeah, we also learned a little bit, dived a little bit deeper on
Okay,
the
so
experiments.
so I have to stop here because we have to go back for the new tasks.
Okay, well, thank you, Yibing. Thank you so much for joining us and thank you for your time. And I will say goodbye to you for now. And good luck at the
Okay, bye
control
bye.
center. Bye. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Bye bye.
Okay. Now that we have, well, our colleague Yibing has to go for more coverage on the mission, and I'm sure that that's a lot of more exciting things are coming up, which also brings us a wrap up to this session of special coverage on China's Shenzhou-17 mission. And only at CGTN Digital, this is Chen Chen. And please stay tuned for more coverage on China's space station, on China's space mission at CGTN.